Across Tanzania, villagers are being terrorized by a seemingly supernatural monster.
Massive claws tearing at his face.
A so-called shapeshifter that gets hungry during the full moon.
If it was an animal that killed this, it must have been massive.
I'm on a mission to find this vicious man-eater.
That's one big animal. What is that?
Before it finds me.
This is what it's like to feel stalked.
Bloodthirsty beasts, fantastic creatures, and legendary tales of terror. I'm Richard Terry. My quest is to solve the mystery behind the myth on Man v Monster. My investigation begins here in Tanzania, where there are reports of a spree of killings that sound like it's straight out of a horror movie.
I'm heading to a small farming village called Nyemanwili, where I've heard reports of attack.
Fear of the full moon paralyzes people here.
They think that it's a sign that they're going to be attacked by a vicious beast. In the last 14 years, there have been over 1,000 deaths. But this is no ordinary animal. Many believe it to be a human transformed into an animal. A sort of shapeshifter. I want to uncover the real animal behind what seems to be an African werewolf. It's only about 2 miles to the village, but right now it's rainy season, and many of the major thoroughfares are closed, so I have to take these little potholed back routes. It's deep here, I've got to go through fast. This road is just getting worse and worse. You can feel the wheels straining to maintain traction. Ah, come on. The rain's been even heavier than I feared. Come on, you can do it. I'm trying to rock it in and out of first and reverse gently without digging the wheels in too much. I'm buried in. No, that's not going anywhere. I'm gonna have to walk from here. I'm not moving that.
The quickest way to the village is directly through the forest, but that's a huge risk. This area is full of elephants that can charge at any moment. And even more terrifying, possibly the werewolf-like creature these villagers are so afraid of.
The river's over there and the village is on the river. I've got no choice.
I pack light, so I can move through this forest quickly.
Take this. Good luck. Okay, here we go. Ears and eyes peeled. Because out here, any large predator is much more likely to spot me before I spot it. And my eyes just can't penetrate the layers of vegetation. And if these forests are home to weir-like creatures, right now, I'm an easy target. There's tree movement in the background then. I swear I could hear something pretty substantial moving down there behind me. This is what it's like to feel stalked. Can't hear it now. I've stopped and it stopped. I just heard branches breaking.
That's a primate warning call, and it sounds like they're being chased.
There you go, there's a whole troop of monkeys crossing. What often happens here is shortly after a troop of monkeys have crossed a path, elephants follow the same track, picking up fruit that the monkeys leave behind or knock out of the trees. And these elephants are extremely wary of people, and if they see people, they're likely to charge. This is the last place I want to be. I'm getting out of here. Even something as large as an elephant can disappear only yards away from me.
But I'm soon reminded my fear of the elephant might be misplaced.
Look at that pile of bones. Bloody hell. This is a kill site. Skin and bones. This is an elephant's carcass. Look at the teeth. That's got to be something pretty big to have killed that. It doesn't look like old enough bones to have died of old age.
Elephants are the largest land animals in the world and normally aren't preyed upon. But I don't know what to expect from the werewolf-like creature behind the attacks. If it's taken down people, maybe it also took down this elephant.
If it was an animal that killed this, it must have been massive to have done this amount of damage. And with this carcass still here, the creature could return. There's a slight breeze, not much wind, but it's traveling the direction that I'm heading. So when I go, I'm carrying with me the scent of a carcass. That's not good. I should get out of here. Oh, the stench of death. I tell you what, seeing that carcass really focuses on the mind. You've absolutely got to stay on guard at all times. This creature could be literally anywhere. Absolutely anywhere. I just want to get to that village. Have a cup of tea. Okay. Great. There's a well-established road up ahead which is man-made. I didn't want to stay in that forest for any longer than I had to. This is the village of Nyamanwili. It's a farming community, totally rural. And the only thing they live from here is a variety of crops. I've been told that there's a man called Shamte who has been attacked, and hopefully I can get to talk to him and he can tell me what happened. Shamte, tell me what happened here.
Ilikuwa kipindi cha saa 3 ya usiku.
Shamte here was having dinner with his wife, just like any other evening. And suddenly they were disturbed by a loud banging at the door. He and his wife leapt up to hold back the door to stop whatever it was from coming in.
Kuzuia ule mlango.
This creature had the strength of 40 men.
Nikamwambia mke wangu zidi.
He said that it picked away at the individual struts on the door, leaving enough space for it to push through with its massive claws, tearing at his face. He was severely injured, but for some reason the animal left and all went calm. As his wife was attending to his wounds, they heard a terrifying scream coming from next door.
Ikabidi ule mzee kule atoke.
As he bravely followed the sound and looked outside, he saw his neighbor being dragged away into the long grasses. The creature fled as they approached, so he couldn't see exactly what it was. But what is so strange is the condition in which the body was left. It was stripped naked.
That doesn't sound like an animal. Any animal. How do you explain this?
Sababu mtu aweza akavuliwa nguo akawekwa huku.
He's saying that the way the animal picked away at the door displayed human-like intelligence. And then to find the corpse stripped of its clothes, this couldn't be the work of a real animal. It had to be some sort of shape-shifting force. He believes that this could be a person that has transformed into an animal. What does a full moon mean to you?
Bwana, ukiwa na mbalamwezi fujo zake kidogo zinapungua.
He can't quite put all the pieces together, but what he thinks is that when there is a full moon, the attacks come soon after. Now, to me, this sounds like werewolf-like behavior.
Shamte's story sounds otherworldly. I'm desperate to find a practical explanation for how a seemingly large and powerful animal could come into a village full of people and not be spotted.
So if this is the point where the body was dragged into these crops, not that far from the house,
You can see we're completely surrounded by similar crops, and they would have been even larger during harvest. It would be so easy for any large predator to just slink backwards a couple of paces and drop low, and they've disappeared out of sight. My head is about 4 feet up. I'm stooping. I can see the house really easily from here, and there's not a chance people in that house could see me, and this is daytime. So at night time, I could come really quite far around the edge of this crop, keeping my eye on that house. And I could get up very close before anyone saw anything. And as you get closer to the house, all the ground is compacted, and you can make no sound at all and get right up to the door without anyone inside having a clue that I was here. Asante-san.
Asante sana.
I need to discover what animal could make Shamti think that something like a werewolf attacked him.
It's so clear to me that whatever animal this was, it had to be able to punch its way through the door, stealthy. But that could match any one of the large predators in Tanzania's vast countryside.
I have 5 days until the next full moon to figure out what this monster is before it strikes again. And if people think the animal I'm looking for is a shapeshifter, then I need to know more about this phenomenon. So I head to the foothills of Africa's highest peak, Mount Kilimanjaro, to find a tribe called the Chaga.
I've read that the Chagas have detailed knowledge of these myths that have been handed down by their ancestors. And what I hope to glean from them is some kind of lead as to what is the real creature behind these attacks. I'm heading west to the village of Uru, but I can hear thunder, and I hope the rain stays off, because this will be really treacherous underfoot if it pours with rain. Look at that. It's a massive gorge. I know the Chaga village is on that side. So the only way I'm going to get over there is by getting down this gorge and getting back onto the other side. I tell you what, you've got to be so careful. With the rain starting here, this is already really muddy and slippery. But just slipping out here when you're remote, you could twist an ankle or break a leg, and it'll take a long time to get me to hospital. I can hear the water getting closer. Apart from snakes here, one thing that's really common in Tanzania are the Nile monitor lizard, and they love to hang around underwater, and they have sharp claws, and they can pack a nasty bite.
Not only that, but they can grow to more than 7 feet long and remain submerged in water for over an hour.
Getting close to the bottom now. Oh wow, waterfall. Oh, that is stunning. Okay, I'm in the bottom of the gorge, so I've got to find a shallow crossing to get me to the other side and follow the river up and try and get it up to the village without having to climb up that steep rock up there. It's too steep for me without ropes. I reckon here is going to be the best place to cross and get upriver that way. Okay, here we go. This is really slippery, and there are monster lizards, and I don't want to step on one of those.
I'm on the lower slopes of Kilimanjaro. I'm trying to reach some Chaga villagers who may be able to help me unmask the werewolf-like creature that's attacking people. But right now, I find myself submerged in murky brown river water.
That's what happens when you're not concentrating.
For a moment, I was afraid something pulled me under, but I just lost my footing.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Chagga Village, I'm coming.
Finally, I break out of the undergrowth.
Great. Civilization must be getting close. It's brightening up a bit now. The Chagga are directly descended to the Bantu people. Now, Bantu folklore is completely filled with werewolf-type legends. So this is where I want to try and get deeper into the story and find out what sort of animal is included in these legends.
Mashawari is a retired farmer and one of the oldest and most respected members of the community.
What do you know, or what do you believe about shape-shifting, people that can turn into animals? He really does believe that people possess this ability to transform themselves into an animal that could do people harm. He's telling me a story that his grandfather had told him about two men who were having a serious argument when drinking beer. The argument became heated, and one of the men left and then transformed himself into a hideous creature, returning to wreak revenge on his opponent by attacking him and dragging him off to his death. What kind of creature did he return as? Came back as a fisi. Fisi is a hyena. These stories are bizarre. A man turning into a hyena? Not sure I believe that.
But they have been known to attack humans. In 2002, a clan of hyenas killed 6 people in southern Malawi. But the victim I met described a lone killer with the strength to break through wood with just its claws. So instead of a clan, perhaps there are abnormally strong rogue hyenas out here that hunt humans alone.
One thing's certain, I'm going to need to find out a lot more about hyenas.
To do that, I'm traveling west of Kilimanjaro towards Lake Eyasi. The surrounding area is not only home to some of Tanzania's largest predators, but also a group of hunter-gatherers called the Hadzabe. I'm hoping they can help me find a clan of man-eating hyenas.
The Hadzabe are some of the last known true, complete hunter-gatherers on the planet. Meaning, all they eat, they get here in this landscape. And this is where archaeologists have found fossils of some of the earliest humans. And this means that these people have had to live among predators, wild animals, for thousands of years.
If hyenas here are capable of attacking the villagers I've met, these are the people who can help me find them.
Just walking in what seems like endless scrub, and suddenly there's a living community right in the middle of all this, and they're making us so welcome.
The Hadzabe village is completely exposed to the elements, so I'm keen to find out what they think of hyenas in this area.
Can I sit? The Chagga people, they consider these animals as being magical. So what do you think about hyenas? What do they mean to you? She's saying that when somebody dies, they leave them out for the hyena to dispose of the carcasses, but they do know that there are people whose babies do get snatched and eaten by hyenas, and you can see their children are young and vulnerable. Okay, thank you.
If hyenas are eating human corpses out here, that could explain why they might attack living humans. But I can't be sure they'd have the strength to break through a wood door like one of the victims described.
I would like to get close to hyenas and see them for myself, because there's a chance that it's these animals that have been hurting people in their crop fields. Can you help me get to see them? He is happy to give me some young men to help me trek for hyena in the night, but we have to go quite far away, and sometimes it's not possible. But we know with wild animals, it's never guaranteed.
It's another 2 days until the full moon. But even though the beast might not be hunting, our active pursuit is likely to make it aggressive. So the Hadzabe hunters prepare bows and poison-tipped arrows for protection. I think it's too dangerous for me to risk the safety of the crew, so I'm going with the hunters alone.
So it's them and me and a small camera. But from now on, I'm going to be filming on my own and in the dark. Night vision cameras are great, but they're really only useful for short distances. And as these plains are so vast, I also have thermal imaging cameras to really help me see what's moving in the distance. It's pitch black at the moment. I can hear the guys coming, but I can't see anything. But if I use this thermal, look there, I can see the hunters coming. It's clear as day. Maish means, come on, let's go. So this is it. This is the beginning of the hunt. Even with my headlight on, I can't see anything. How can they see in this level of light?
A hyena could be stalking us and I wouldn't have a clue.
The lead hunter's seen something. This could be my monster. I think they may have found one. Where? Oh, they can see eyes in there. There's something watching us. There are eyes in the bush.
I'm on the Tanzanian plains with the Hadzabe hunter-gatherers. I'm looking for a rogue hyena that could be the werewolf-like creature killing local farmers. And we've just spotted a pair of eyes in the bush.
I'm going to ask one of the men to hold this camera while I look with the thermal imaging camera. There it is. It's running. And it's alone. So that's a hyena out there, do you think? That is a hyena.
This animal is normally a pack hunter, so my theory about a deadly rogue hyena could be right. We need to exercise extreme caution, but at the same time I want to get a much closer look.
I'm going in on my own, set a camera trap, hopefully get a closer shot.
This camera trap has night vision and is motion sensitive, so as soon as a hyena comes near, it'll record while keeping me a safe distance from the creature.
That's it.
But as I return to the hunting party, they've already seen something else moving in the brush. And it could be another hyena. I can't help but feel that we're surrounded.
The young guy's trying to tell the older guy just to be quiet. He got it. It's only a little mouse.
But we're still not safe. The hyena we spotted earlier could still be in the area.
Let me go and see what's on my camera trap. Number 2, there. Got him. Looking straight into the lens. Let's play this. Oh, blink, wagging tail, skulk off. I can understand why people think that this could be a weir-like creature. The way it has its shoulder position, it's low to the ground, it skulks around.
But something doesn't add up. This rogue Tanzanian hyena doesn't look big enough to have the strength to attack in the way that's been described to me.
Have you ever known one with strength to break through a wooden door? It says that there's no way that a hyena could actually break through those wooden barriers there. This isn't an aggressive, premeditated attacker of people. This is a timid animal looking after itself.
Hyenas here clearly lack the strength to be the animal behind the attacks, and it's too late to hike out safely. Thankfully, the Hadzabe offer me shelter for the night. The next morning, with my mind rested, I wake with a new idea.
If I'm supposed to look for something that can take on the form of a person, maybe I've got to look at something that can be confused as a person. Maybe I should be looking more at a primate.
I'm curious to see what the Hadzabe might be able to contribute to my new theory.
What is there that you can see that could look vaguely human? And I'm thinking more primate, something more like a monkey. So he is telling me that there is an ape in its body and the way it runs. It's definitely an ape, but its face resembles a hyena or a dog.
Most primates have human-like characteristics, and if this dog-like ape also resembles a canine, then it could be perceived as a shapeshifter. This is the lead I was looking for. The Hadzabe tell me I can find this dog ape in the riverine forests to the west.
Go west, young man.
These forests are home to some of Tanzania's largest primates. But the area is vast. So local wildlife expert Freddie Aloche comes to help me in my search.
I think to double our chances of finding something, I think, Freddie, we should split up.
Yeah.
If I give you a walkie-talkie, here, take this one. And if you find anything, let me know.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Freddie will take one side of the river and I'll take the other. But waterways like these attract all kinds of animals, such as elephant and buffalo, both of which can be very aggressive and may charge as soon as they see me. That's if the dog ape doesn't get me first.
Got to find a safe place to cross.
But no sooner do I start looking before I'm stopped in my tracks.
Listen to that. That's no howl. That's a really guttural, deep throaty call. That's one big animal.
The sound comes from somewhere near the river. I should really keep my distance. But if that's the dog ape, I want to see it.
I'm just going to take a look.
Richard, be really careful. Richard, be really careful, Richard.
I'm hiking through a riverine forest in search of an ape that could be the vicious creature attacking Tanzania's farmers. But right now I'm facing a different kind of danger. Hippos are thought to be responsible for more deaths in Africa than any other animal.
Got to be so careful with these guys because they're known to attack without any provocation at all. These guys really are killers. Look at all those hippos. That isn't a good place to cross.
The safest thing is to give them a wide berth and cross further downriver. I'm back on track. But as the day wears on, the weather takes a turn for the worse. And there's still no sign of the dog ape.
Been hiking for hours now. Surely the dog ape must be in here somewhere, but I'm not having a lot of luck.
I begin to think that the dog ape might elude me. But suddenly I get a glimmer of hope from my wildlife expert, Freddie.
Richard, come quick. I see something over here. Come quick.
Okay, give me that.
I could finally come face to face with the monster behind the attacks.
It's hiding somewhere down there.
Oh, okay. I can't see them with the naked eye, but you look at this. Right in the trees. There's a big group over there, so there's plenty of them.
I need to get closer. But I can't forget that this animal is a potential killer.
I always feel like when I'm approaching animals that I should just keep my head down and look like as little threat to them as possible and not move in a direct line. Keep my head low and try and look as unaggressive as possible. They've seen me and they moved around. I just have to stay still. There they are. Bingo.
They do have a long dog-like muzzle, some nasty teeth, and seem to behave almost human-like. But as I focus my lens, I realize the dog ape is more familiar than I first thought. This is no werewolf-like creature. This is the olive baboon.
Sitting up there in the tree with its hands over its knees, it's taking on very much a human form. And I can understand why people might think it has a dog-like face with that long snout. But when you look at the size of those, there's not a chance that they would be able to drag people away. Could one of these harm a person?
Yeah, they do.
They do attack people.
They do. They are very aggressive when they're going to the farm area.
So when they're after food, when they're after maize and corn, yeah, they would attack people if they're in the way. The attacks I've been hearing about have actually been, they've all been happening at night. When do they go looking for this food? Is it in the day or is it in the night?
They do it early in the morning.
And this is only in the day?
Yeah.
Not only are these baboons too small to drag away a full-grown man, but even when they do attack people, they're known to do it only during the day. So once again, I'm disappointed.
I feel like I've hit a dead end here. There's no way the baboons would attack in a way that has been described to me. And I've got to get back to basics. One thing I have in my favour is that tomorrow is the full moon. And if I can just get to the source of the latest attacks, that's my best chance of catching this thing red-handed.
Time to get out of this forest and find Shapeshifter Ground Zero. The next morning, some locals tell me there have been vicious attacks near the Rufiji River in the south. There's no time to spare.
Tonight it's full moon. And in rainy season, it takes 2 days to head down south by car. So the only way there is to fly.
If the villagers are right about the full moon, then the animals should be on the prowl tonight. My plan is to find the site of a recent attack and stake it out. The roads in the south are a quagmire right now, so travelling by car could leave me stranded.
I've heard that there are villages where people have been attacked downriver. So I'm going to see if I can find a fisherman who'll hopefully be able to take me to the villages. Asante.
Thankfully, a local fisherman agrees to help me, and he seems to know exactly where I should be heading.
He tells me that the most recent attacks are in a village called Kipagira. Okay, this looks like it. This looks like our village, because I've just seen a shelter that the locals call dungus that they use to camp out in, making them basically human scarecrows to protect their crops from pests.
It's in these very dungus that farmers go missing, and all that's found the next morning is a mangled corpse. I'm directed to an area in the strike zone where I soon find a small empty dungu that will serve as my hide for the night.
I can see that it's not, it's really not very substantial. And I'm really exposed now, right in the middle of tall crops. I have a lot worse visibility than I thought I would have, because it's covered on both sides. That means the animal will have a lot better chance of creeping up on me without me knowing it.
As the moon rises, it's too dangerous to be on the ground, and with no room in the dungu, it's time for the crew to leave.
This is a really dangerous place to film. This is the site where people were attacked. There were hundreds and hundreds of people sitting in these very things who have lost their lives to wherever this creature is. I just love to pan across and suddenly find something really big in my frame. Leaves, grass, like another world. What's that there? What is that? I've got shivers. Jesus, that looks like the complete profile of a big cat. So still, I really can't see what it is. Oh, I've lost it. Oh, hang on, where is it? Oh, God, no, I've lost it.
I can't resist getting closer to the tall grass where I think I saw the creature. It could be suicide, but I can't give up.
Now I feel more vulnerable. I'm on ground level in the middle of a crop field in a place where people have been attacked. And standing here, I'm focused on what could be lurking.
I'm on a stakeout in the farmlands of southern Tanzania, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious werewolf-like creature that's been terrorizing the locals.
But I'm on ground level in the middle of a crop field in a place where people have been attacked. Oh. I thought a snake had jumped up and was trying to bite my shoulder. It was actually my radio mic pack had fallen out and had pulled the cable. That gave me the fright of my life.
Clearly, knowing there's a potentially deadly animal out there leaves me on edge. But I'm desperate for another glimpse of whatever that was. And so I wait. But by morning, it hasn't reappeared.
So what is so frustrating for me is I thought, that's it, in my frame. I've nailed just over there, right ahead of the Dungu. A big cat standing straight and absolutely still. But I'm still not sure that's what I saw. But having seen that image, it has got me thinking about big cats. What I want to do is just go and speak to somebody in this area. Maybe these people believe that there's witchcraft and shape-shifting connected to large cats.
I head into the village and soon find out there's a man named Mngani who can help me.
There's been a recent attack, and there's a man living here who can shed some light on it.
Despite his experience, he's eager to help me.
Mngani, you were involved in an attack by this creature. Can you tell me what happened? This story is so similar to what I've heard before. He was sleeping in a dungu with his stepfather, and they were disturbed by the sounds of screaming coming from his uncle's dungu. They both raced into the direction of the screaming. Outside was his aunt, who'd been attacked herself. She was covered in blood and screaming and pointing into the brush. And they followed into the brush where they saw a creature dragging off his uncle. They so bravely, with machetes in the air, a flashlight up in one hand, blowing their whistles, they were able to scare it off and recover the body. Can you describe to me what attacked your uncle? This is incredible. He's describing it as not just a spirit animal. This is a spirit lion.
So what I saw last night could have been the biggest cat in Africa, a lion. And it seems that these villagers believe it's the mystery monster. But if lions are responsible for these werewolf-like attacks, there's still much I don't understand.
The thing is, the lion didn't attack me, even though it was full moon, which doesn't fit in with what the villagers have been warning. Not only that, but how could people think that a lion could be a shapeshifter? They're not remotely human-like.
I need to learn more about lions and observe them up close. So I travel north to the Serengeti National Park to meet with world-renowned lion expert Craig Packer.
Dr. Packer.
Richard,
What a place to live.
welcome to Serengeti.
Thank you.
Dr. Packer's research assistant used a GPS to spot a pride of lions this morning.
We should be practically on top of them.
But the lions are nowhere to be seen.
We're actually right on top of the coordinates that Dr. Packer's assistant, where she'd seen the lions first thing this morning. So now we have to keep our eyes open in the long grass for them.
Have to think.
From this point on, we rely on our eyes. But from my experience in the Dungu, I know these animals can be extremely stealthy.
Grass is this high.
Yeah.
Could they make themselves pretty much invisible?
Yeah, and they could have walked off, but and they could have gone some distance by now.
It seems like the lions will never appear. But just as we think about changing location, something moves.
Right there. 1 o'clock to us.
I'm on the Tanzanian plains with Dr. Craig Packer. I'm hoping to unravel the mystery of the werewolf-like creature attacking local farmers.
Right there. 1 o'clock to us.
I'm gonna get my platform over here so I can climb from this car into that car.
Lions are some of the most dangerous predators on the planet, so I have to stay on my vehicle at all times. I need to move quickly. With the storm approaching, the lions could seek cover and my chance will be gone.
Reversing back in towards the sun, and I'll tell you when to stop. I'm trying to position ourselves to at least get some shots before they wander off too far. All the way around. Okay, it's fine. Stop. Stop. So everyone stay nice and still, no sudden movements. And... okay. There's the world of the lion. I am so happy to be this close. There are 3 female adult lions and 3 cubs feeding happily, only 12, 15 feet away. And it's hard to imagine that people could be so terrified of something so serene.
With the rain holding off, now is my chance to find out if this really is the monster behind the attacks.
Craig, I have heard from people I've spoken to, there's been an innate fear of the full moon and myths and legends born of it. How does the lion fit into this?
What we've found from our analysis is that the full moon is actually our safest night, and the moon is very bright. And the lions are very inhibited against attacking.
With the moon illuminating the landscape, it's very difficult for lions to hunt without being detected by their prey. But the night after the full moon, the moonrise happens almost an hour after sunset, creating a period of darkness for the first time in over a week.
So the lions have had a week or so where they couldn't feed on anything. Now they're hungry, and now they've got that window of darkness where they can attack people.
This explains why I wasn't attacked in the Dungu during the full moon, and why the villagers associate it with impending danger. As one of the most fearsome predators on the planet, a lion could clearly have used its raw power to break through the wood door of a victim's house. Not only that, but a lion's jaws have a vice-like grip, and when threatened, they're known to drag their prey away from the kill site before they consume it. This behavior fits perfectly with the accounts I heard. But I still don't understand how a lion could be perceived as some kind of shape-shifting monster.
These lions can easily knock down a horse. They're incredibly powerful. And so to encounter that in the darkness, it must feel absolutely overwhelming. It'd be very easy to imagine all kinds of extraordinary creatures involved in the attack.
It's clear now that as the lion dragged away the victim, it was only by chance that his clothes were stripped off. But the survivors have projected human intentions to try to make sense of this random, yet eerie detail.
Why are they picking on humans?
But it's these remote rural areas in southern Tanzania where the wild animals have been largely replaced by agriculture, and there's very little left for the lions to feed on. Then they start turning to humans.
So lions prey on humans in rural areas because they no longer have a natural food source. And the most dangerous time for these attacks is just after the full moon. The experience is so horrific that the victims can only conclude that their assailant must be some kind of supernatural creature.
Seeing this lion feeding on a zebra here in the Serengeti makes me think that to dub these animals a monster is completely the wrong thing to do. All these are wild animals. They hunt to eat and feed their families.
This journey has shown me that in the mind of a terrified victim, even the most well-known, majestic of animals can become a fearsome villain. Across Thailand's rivers and waterways, a terrifying creature is lying in wait.
The wound was absolutely gushing blood. It's just thick brown soup down there.
I'm on a mission to find this aquatic assassin.
Oh, I'm stuck!
But I may be in way over my head.
The only way to find out is to go in.
Bloodthirsty beasts, fantastic creatures, and legendary tales of terror. I'm Richard Terry. My quest is to solve the mystery behind the myth on Man v Monster.
Hello? Ban Prao Thai village. Can you take me? I'm heading to a tiny fishing village on the banks of the mighty Mekong to find someone who can give me some clues as to what's been attacking the fishermen there.
My destination is a small fishing village in the far northeast of Thailand. Fear of what lurks in the depths petrifies the locals.
All the accounts take place in shallow water and at the river's edge. In one case, a fisherman was attacked whilst pulling in his net. People say this creature is huge, and from the accounts, it sounds like a ferocious monster.
Reports are vague, so my first task is to get a clear description of this savage beast.
Thank you. To better understand this creature, I need to speak to somebody unfortunate enough to be attacked by one.
My best source of information should be the people who work on the river.
You know where I can find some fishermen? Could you tell me where I could find some fishermen? I'm told that up here there's a woman who has been attacked and lived to tell the tale. This is just the sort of information I need.
I meet Somkoen, and she takes me to the riverbank to recount her story.
อ๋อไปกรีดหอยอะค่ะกรีดหอยแบบเดินถอยหลังอะค่ะ
Somkoen tells me that she was collecting shellfish. She was wading about knee deep. She felt something sharp penetrate deep into her heel. She had no idea that it was there because it was hidden in the mud. It was intense pain, and right away she says that she couldn't feel her leg and she couldn't breathe at all. There was a lot of blood gushing out of her wound.
มากเลยค่ะเพราะว่ามันจะโบเข้าไปมันโบเข้าไป
From there to there, it's gone right in your heel that much. About the bigger than the length of my fingernail. The pain that she was feeling, it did not go away for 3 whole days. At this point, do you think you would die?
อยากจะตายค่ะเพราะปวดมากไม่เคยปวดอะไรเลยพูดถึงว่า
And she doesn't even like to talk about it. It brings back the memories and it's just too painful for her to go through it.
But her suffering didn't end there.
Weeks later, she had realized that her wound was rotting and the flesh around the wound was deteriorating and literally rotting away. It was that big.
วงลงมาเลย
The wound had opened up to such a degree that she could barely walk. She couldn't do anything. She had to stay at home.
I retraced Somkoen's steps, risking an encounter with this fearsome creature.
This is the sort of environment that the woman was working in. Knee-height, dark, murky, shallow water. She was walking backwards, which isn't easy in this mud. And then, I won't even try it. And then she felt this unbelievable pain right through her heel. Now she looked at the wound, and the wound was absolutely gushing blood all over the water and blood coming out of the wound. Now what, in this sort of environment, in this depth water, could conceal itself and create a wound that would give her so much pain?
I think the answer lies in what happened to the wound in the weeks after the attack.
She explained to me that the wound was becoming the size of a ping pong ball. This, to me, sounds like necrosis.
Necrosis is when flesh dies, often brought on by a sudden injection of venom into the body.
Makes me think that whatever attacked her was a venomous creature.
The shallow water, the position of the bite on the heel, and its apparently venomous nature make me think the creature responsible must be a snake. Snakes are cold-blooded animals and can't handle extreme temperatures. And in hot countries like Thailand, there's one dark, damp environment I know they'll love. Caves.
Down there?
Locals tell me about a nearby cave that has all the makings of a monster's lair.
Rocky outcrops. That looks like a positive sign for a cave. Now, what I've heard is that this cave system will extend right the way down to the river, underwater. Now, this could be what the creature is doing, taking shelter in a cave system and then making its way to the river where people are being attacked. I need a walkie-talkie to keep in touch with base. Depends how deep in I get. Some infrared lights I can bolt onto the camera to give myself a better field of view. Chances are it is going to be wet and muddy down there, so I want to protect my camera equipment, so good old-fashioned waterproof housing. So belt and braces is the expression. Dry bag within a dry bag, because I've been in caves before and I end up completely submerged in water and I can't risk losing my equipment.
To enter the cave, it's a 30-foot drop down a ladder.
Oh, if there is a deadly serpent down here, I imagine there's not going to be a great deal of room to outmaneuver it. This is just going back up again, but I'm just going to have a look in this crevice here. That's why I want to look. Oh, there's nothing in there. I thought that would have been a great hiding place for a snake. I'm going to work my way down into the system. What I want to see is how far the system goes and where, ideally, it enters the river. There's a bat in there. I can see a bat right at the end of the tunnel, so there is some sort of food that a snake could live on. What you've got to be really careful of in these caves. But I can't see here centipedes.
Thailand is home to Scolopendra, a species of carnivorous centipede with a venomous bite. A bite from one could leave me with severe swelling.
There's a little spider. It's here. Look at that. No, here's webs. So yeah, all along here there are webs. So there are spiders in here.
Before long, the tunnels start to narrow.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get rid of a lot of this stuff now. Because the thing is, snakes like to move away from people. Movement and human beings, they're shy of. So they retreat into dark places. But that's when you've got to be really careful of them, because if you get them cornered, that's when they can rear up and attack. Going in here, it's going to be too tight for the crew, so I'm just going to take this infrared camera, leave the crew behind. There's water. That's a good sign. Okay. It's getting narrower again. What's really hard is with this infrared beam, I can't actually see anything. I need this camera in order for me to see, but I'm filming me with it, so I'm just crawling into total darkness. This is quite unnerving. The tight space is enough, but having to crawl through the deep, wet holes that could be holding anything of any size. That is really tight. I'm gonna have to slither through on my belly. Oh, I'm stuck. I can't move. Oh, I'm stuck.
I'm searching a cave system in Thailand for a venomous snake. But right now, I'm the one who could be hunted.
Just hang on. Okay. Stay calm. Just breathe out. And reduce my chest size. Out. Okay. That's it. I've had enough of this.
I can't risk being cornered by a deadly serpent.
I'm getting on it.
Well, there's life down there. There's food for snakes if there are snakes down there. I saw bats, crickets, spiders.
But I didn't see any sign of a snake.
Okay.
I need to know which aggressive venomous snakes live around here. So in the village, I tracked down two men who've seen one that fits the bill. One tells me he had seen a large snake slithering down the bank into the river. He saw the water turn green, and then he saw a wake created from where he was standing that stretched all the way across the water. One is certain the creature he saw is something called a naga. Part myth, part monster. They say the naga resembles a giant serpent with a dragon's head and scaly body. They tell me that, categorically, yes, the naga is a real creature. And they're certain it lives in the Mekong. And they believe the naga lives in some form of underwater palace. And that if I were to go in search of it, I should respect the river. I should be very careful because there could be creatures down there that could suck me down to the bottom. The naga is built up of myths and legends. But in my experience, when looking for these things, myths are often built up on a healthy respect for a real creature. If there is a real creature behind the stories of the naga, I wonder if it's the same animal responsible for the attacks. The men tell me there is a submerged pagoda nearby, which could be the naga's underwater palace. That pagoda right there, covered in flags, that is a temple that toppled over years ago. If these creatures are living in underwater temples, right there is where I've got to go. I'm bringing a specialist piece of equipment that'll enable me to detect any large creature in the water. That's what I'm looking for. This is a fish finder. It's basically an echo sounder. This is the part that detects the environment right here. And I'll plug that into the back of the monitor, which will display for me whatever may be lurking in these waters there, because where I'm going is basically into the monster's lair. The men warned me about searching in fast-flowing water. I have to maintain a respectful attitude towards the naga and these monuments.
So if we're crashing around in a boat and I end up bumping into it, it might offend people. Looking at the strength of this water, I think the boat's going to have some difficulty getting close to the pagoda, let alone me. I've asked the boatman just to take me upriver a little bit, and then I'm going to drift down with the current towards the pagoda. Once we cut the engines, I'll have a look at not only the lay of the land at the bottom of the river, but how deep it is, and if there is anything down there, it's going to show up on this device because it's very, very sensitive. Actually, there's something black floating past it right now. That's a log. But for a split second, got my heart going. Let's see what reading I get now. Very clear indication of the bottom of the river here. 20 feet down, and I can only see a thin line of small fish at the surface. It's suddenly a lot deeper where we are here, 25 feet, and look at the current there. It's really swirling around fast around this cornerstone of the pagoda. Little eddies forming in the middle here. The Mekong is a formidable body of water, flowing for over 2,700 miles and draining an area larger than the state of Texas. I want to check the region right by the pagoda, but my boatman is worried about hitting the sacred structure. The only way I can really be sure that there's something down there is to get into the water with my underwater camera. The Mekong is full of dangers, like the Siamese crocodile, a prehistoric predator that could tear me to pieces. That tastes disgusting. Well, even if I am a little skeptical about the naga, this is an underwater structure, and there could be water snakes or eels in there, hiding in all the little crevices. Any of these things could come out and give a nasty bite. The only way to find out is to go in. And if there's anything down there, even though it's murky as hell, hopefully I can catch it on this camera.
Richard? Richard!
The only way I can really be sure that there's something down there is to get into the water with my underwater camera. I'm searching the Mekong River for a giant serpent behind a series of mysterious attacks. The only way to find out is to go in.
Richard?
Strong currents drag me downstream. Fortunately, I'm able to swim into an area of calmer water behind the structure, where I can start to search. It's just thick brown soup down there. I had my camera literally an inch in front of my eyes and I couldn't see anything. Zero visibility. I've tried the sonar, I've tried looking in my own eyes, and I can't see anything. I might give it one more look. It's so murky down there. I'm not going to stand a chance in hell of seeing around this monument. I'm going to have to rethink my approach. The two men only saw the snake from a distance. I need an actual physical description of a venomous snake from somebody who's seen one up close. That means speaking to a victim of an attack. And Gao Sen here, if I can, has been bitten numerous times and has lost some of his fingers here. It isn't doctors who amputated his fingers. They don't have anti-venom, so they would die if this venom took hold, so they have to hack off their own fingers to save their lives.
The necrotic wounds from the bite are consistent with Som Cohen's account. The snake seems to match, and Gao Sen is certain he knows what it is. A king cobra. The men tell me about a nearby village where I meet Charlie, an expert king cobra handler. Before he'll show me a snake, he makes a potion using a locally grown herb.
The root itself looked like ginger. What's it called?
นี่มันเป็นว่านพญางูว่านพญางูครับ
The root is called Wan Paya Nyu.
Villagers have discovered that Wan Paya Nyu can help heal wounds left after a cobra bite.
กินไม่ได้ถ้ากินไปทุกวันนี่ถ้า2 วันก็ฟันร่วงหมด
He said this is a very strong herb, and you don't eat it unless you've been bitten by a snake because it can destroy your teeth and rot your gums. It's hot, it's bitter, and it's like the nastiest medicine you've ever tasted. It might help against the snakes, but that's bloody horrible.
Finally, I'm ready to face the creature that could be behind the Naga legends, and also the perpetrator of these terrifying attacks, the king cobra.
Now these snakes, they're not habituated to people. This has just been found out of the forest. So this is quite young, and it's feisty, and it's fully loaded with venom.
King cobras can reach 18 feet in length, making them the longest venomous snake in the world.
What I've heard is that when they rear up, that gives you an idea of how far they're capable of striking. The slightest movement and it turns its head to the side and it has a great field of vision. Now from behind I can really see how broad the snake's hood is. Being on my hands and knees isn't the best position to be in to make a quick exit. I've come close to very dangerous animals in the past, but nothing as lethal as this. This is so venomous it could kill 20 men, it could even fell an elephant.
One of the side effects of this venom is tissue necrosis, like Som Cohen described to me. And the king cobra can swim.
And what Charlie tells me is that these snakes can't live without water, that they need to spend some time during the day in water.
So it's likely it's the snake behind the Naga legends. But is it the creature behind the attacks? None of the fishermen saw what attacked them, so the first thing I want to check is the speed of the cobra's strike.
Attaching a small camera with a wide lens on the end of a pole, and I'm going to try and show just how aggressive and efficient these snakes are at striking, but keeping myself at a safe distance from the strike. Well, safe-ish.
I want to prompt a display of aggression from this snake, but I may have bitten off more than I can chew. I'm in the northeast of Thailand in a standoff with a deadly king cobra. I want to see how quickly these snakes can strike.
This isn't something I'm used to. I am not a snake handler, I'm a cameraman trying to solve a mystery. So getting up close to a snake like this is right out of my comfort zone.
There is no question that the king cobra can be volatile.
But look how it rears up. It looks so aggressive, and the thing is, this snake in a fight would not back down.
But there's still one important thing I need to check.
What I really want to see here is inside its mouth. I want to see how much damage these fangs could do. He's strong. From what I can see there, the fang really isn't very large at all.
King cobras have hollow fangs that they inject venom through.
What this snake doesn't have is the capacity in its small fangs to produce the deep wounds that people have been describing.
So as impressive as this king cobra is, this isn't what's been harming the fishermen. I'm back to square one. I need to figure out what other dangerous predators are lurking in the river. So I return to the village in search of local knowledge. I meet a local man named Dar, who tells me about a fisherman that was a recent victim. Dar, what was the man doing in the water when he was attacked?
โดยการทอดแหที่จะหาปลา
So the man was out fishing and the water came up to his waist. And it was murky, muddy. He was using a net.
รวบแหที่ดึงขึ้นมามันติด
But on this occasion, it felt as though something was stuck. He couldn't draw it back. He dived in to free it. He suddenly felt this almighty pain in his leg. There was blood pouring out of his lower leg. He could barely breathe, and then he felt as though he was going to die. The man was rushed to the hospital, where he was lucky to survive.
โอ้แบบเจ็บมากจน
Did he get to either see or feel how large this creature was?
ไม่เห็นครับเพราะว่าน้ำมันก็ขุ่นแล้วก็
Because it hurt so much, the last thing he had on his mind was to try and search for what had attacked him, and he couldn't see what it was because the water was so murky. That man's account is perplexing. This wound was serious. His leg was covered in blood, and there was blood in the water, a lot of it. So whatever this creature was, it was armed with razor-like teeth or rapier-sharp claws. The net was stuck. Either it was genuinely stuck on something underwater, or if the creature was in the net, maybe it was absolutely enormous. And if that's the case, something that can create so much pain and so much blood, and something that's too huge to haul out by a fishing net, I'm after a truly terrifying beast. The man was attacked while fishing, so the people I need to speak to next are the fishermen. They don't come back till after sunset, so tonight I'll have to stay in the village. There's a real peace on the river when the fishing comes to a close. But that's when it all starts to seem really mysterious to me. What is lying down there in the dark depths? After dark, I ask a group of fishermen what dangers they face when they pull in their fishing nets.
ถ้ามันเจ็บปวดอย่างนั้นถ้าเราไม่มียาถอนพิษนี่มันต้องถึงขวบวันของมันครับ
Now that is really interesting. They say there are snakes in the water and there are water cobras here, but they also have to be really cautious of fish, a particular fish, the catfish, because some species of catfish have extremely sharp barbs, and they know people who have had these enter their skin, and it's taken them days to recover from the pain. Catfish. That's the big thing that I've learnt about. I've heard of North American catfish that have poisonous barbs. And there are rumours of catfish in India attacking and killing people. Maybe it's a venomous catfish barb and not a tooth or a claw that is creating these wounds. Just to lie here, stretched out over the Mekong, knowing that in that river beneath me, there are creatures that people are so fearful of. And I'm getting closer to finding out what they are. The next morning, I hit the road. I'm going to hook up with some local fishermen and find out where is a good place to fish. I haven't fished in this part of the world before, so I'm working with a local fisherman named Nok. These catfish have evolved in the Mekong River, which is very fast flowing. So I'm going to need all the strength in this line I can get. Catfish normally eat plants, insects and small crustaceans in the river. But Nok knows one thing they love. And the bait is a mixture of
rice and buttermilk. So you just put it in like this and then start to build a little ball of bait. So there's my bait ball. Now when I feel the nibbling on this bait, that's when I should strike and hopefully hook myself a ginormous catfish. Let's go.
If it is a killer catfish that's been terrorizing the fishermen, I'm now right in its firing line.
Keeping my rod down low, so if I get a good tug on the float over there, I've got plenty of room to strike.
I've heard horrifying stories of catfish attacking people. Going after one could be dangerous, but I have to know if it's behind the attacks.
There's movement right near my float.
Fish on. Yeah. This could be it. This could be my monster. Yeah, this is putting up a real fight. Oh. Oh.
It's gone.
But soon, it's back.
Fish on. Yeah. That's it. Fish on. Yeah. That's it.
I'm locked in a battle with a dangerous catfish that I believe is behind a string of attacks.
Look at the rod now. Yep, that's now feeling like a big one. Let's see. I don't want to pull it in too quickly and risk losing it. Now that's a catfish, all right. Let's bring it in. You've got the net there? Great. Up with the rod. Right, let's have a look at this baby.
This is a river catfish, a common species in the Mekong River, and likely to be what the fishermen are catching.
Okay, so what we can see from this, I mean, look at the eyes. The eyes are set really low on its body.
Most catfish are bottom feeders that search the lower reaches of the river for food.
So this could mean that the catfish is coming into shallow waters where all the nutrients are, getting itself right where people are treading. If you look at the pectoral fins, they have this arched or curved barb. Some of these species of catfish can have really sharp barbs. That would be sharp enough to dig themselves into people's feet and legs, just like I've been hearing about. So we've got a bottom feeder that can work its way into shallow waters with a sharp barb.
It looks like the catfish is a possible suspect. Except for one thing. My guide tells me the barbs on this fish are not venomous.
This one's clearly not the monster I'm looking for, so let's put it back right away so we don't risk it dying.
It's another dead end, but I don't have time to get frustrated, as news comes in of another attack. The report is south of the Mekong, on the Bang Pakong River, just east of Bangkok.
Normally when I'm tracking down monsters, I'm forced to visit and travel to far-flung regions of the globe.
But this account is near Bangkok, home to more than 9 million people and covered by a network of rivers and waterways.
With the potential of this threat reaching a major city with all those women and children bathing and using the rivers, this really does send shivers down my spine.
I tracked down a man named Cha, whose friend Om was the recent victim.
So tell me what happened.
He had been fishing in deep water, but he caught something and dragged it into the shallows, about shin height. It was when he was standing in those shallow waters that he was attacked. Om thought that he may have to have his leg amputated, and even worse, he may die.
When Om reached down to find out what had stabbed him, he discovered a sharp object protruding from his leg.
Imagine having something like this enter any part of your body. It's barbed just like an arrowhead or a spear. It must have been agonizing.
I know of only one animal that possesses a barb like this. An oceanic stingray.
I've seen marine stingrays and they have barbs like this.
But there's one problem.
These attacks are happening miles and miles away from the ocean.
I know stingrays are found in warm waters in the shallower sections of the ocean. So that then begs the question, is there a stingray that has adapted to life in Thailand's waterways, in Thailand's rivers?
The first thing I need to do to confirm that this really is a stingray behind the attacks is see one for myself up close.
The most prevalent attacks in this area have been confirmed on the Mekong River just west of Bangkok.
I'm gonna hook up with some local fishermen first. I've been told that these guys know the river better than anyone.
To increase my chances, I'll fish with multiple heavy-duty rods. Marine stingrays grow to more than 700 pounds. If there's a freshwater variety that big, I'll need all the help I can get.
If I end up being dragged into the water, I need some sort of backup, and this is my fail-safe. If I'm in the water with a 600-pound fish, I'm going to cut the line and get myself back on the boat.
I'm going to set a series of baited hooks that I hope will help me catch this giant freshwater stingray.
This good area.
We're going to fish here. Okay, great. So I'm going to hook up the bait. Marine stingrays detect their prey on the bottom of the ocean floor using electrical sensors around their mouths. If there is a freshwater species, maybe it does the same.
Fish give off an electrical signal underwater, and that's what we want to attract the stingray in. All we do now is throw the whole unit in, and the concrete weight will draw the bait right down to the bottom, so our bottom feeder has some lunch and we have something to catch. As soon as we get a bite, I'm going to get myself on top of that float and attach my rod to that line and haul up whatever's down there. So it's still going around until the live fish and the hook reaches the bottom. It's incredible how deep it gets in the center, because just up along the bank there, it's shallow enough to walk in.
The deep, murky water here matches the victim's accounts. I'm convinced this is the right place to catch a monster.
I really need to hedge my bets and put lines scattered all around one sizable area of the river. So let's go and set some more floats. Last one, great.
Now all that's left to do is wait.
It's quite a good spot right here in the middle, just to keep an eye on all the floats. Wait a minute, that float's really moving. Let me get it here. Ah, it's pulling under the boat. Ah, come on. Oh, there's the hook and the bait's gone. Something has come and eaten the entire fish. I can't understand how my bait got off the hook unless it was eaten, because it is really securely attached through lower and upper jaws. Maybe that was just an appetizer for our friend in the deep. Ready?
I can sense I'm getting close.
Richard, how did we see?
I've heard word that some of the guys have caught something big up ahead. So I'm going to go up and join them and try and get a line on it and pull the thing up and have a look for myself.
I could soon be face to face with the monster.
It's just here, let's get it. This is what I've been waiting for. This could be it. I've heard word that some of the guys have caught something big up ahead.
I might have just caught a bizarre species of freshwater stingray that's haunting the waters of the Mekong River.
It's just here, let's get it. This is what I've been waiting for. This could be it. Let's go!
I connect my rod to the line on the float.
I suddenly felt a serious tug there. Here goes the tug. Let's bring it down and wheel it in a little bit. It's playing games. Look at the rod. I have never had anything on the end of my line like this. And I grew up in a fishing town. This could be it. All this traveling and all this searching on the end of this line could be the monster I'm looking for.
It's an intense 20-minute battle between me and the mysterious creature. But finally, I feel the beast starting to tire.
I can see it. There it is. There's the wing. There's the tip of the wing. Look at this. Look at the size of this one. Its mouth is right here underneath me. You ready with your nets? I'm going to take this up onto the shore so I can have a really good, close look at it and find out for sure whether or not this is the creature I've been looking for.
I need an expert opinion to confirm my catch. So on the way to shore, I radio in for backup.
Okay, yeah, we're on our way.
Dr. Nantarika Chansu from Chulalongkorn University takes one look and confirms the creature I've caught is a giant freshwater stingray.
Oh, look at that. Well, this right here demonstrates that there are giant freshwater stingrays present in the waters of Thailand.
But is this stunning creature the monster behind the attacks? The giant freshwater stingray is certainly big enough to weigh down a fishing net, like I've heard in the village.
We are having 8 feet 9.
The total length is
8
8 feet 9, almost 9 foot long from the end of its tail to its mouth.
Giant freshwater stingrays can reach 16 feet long and weigh over 1,300 pounds. Despite their immense size, their low profile and dark colouring explain why no one saw what attacked them.
So if you look now, here we are right on the surface of the water, and it's barely visible. Any person walking through or jumping out of a boat, they wouldn't have a chance of seeing this, even if they were looking for it.
On the stingray's tail is a barb that matches the one Om removed from his leg.
I'm just going to try and penetrate the fruit with its barb, and it just slips in as easy as that.
This barb could penetrate human bone.
And you can see the arrow-shaped serrations all the way down the length of the barb. So if you tried to pull it out, it would actually aggravate the wound. It would be just like a spear or an arrowhead. Off it comes. So the doctor's going to extract some venom now from underneath the barb in its venom sac.
Tests have shown the venom on the stingray's barb is similar to that of the pit viper. It causes extreme pain and fast-acting necrosis.
I strongly believe that it's one of these that the people have been attacked by. But I don't feel comfortable calling these attacks. I think these are more like accidents.
The stingray's barb evolved from a need to protect itself from large predators like sharks. So when it encounters people, it simply acts in self-defense.
People have landed on these, and these don't want to rush out and harm people intentionally.
The giant freshwater stingray was only discovered 20 years ago, but now in Thailand, its numbers are in serious decline. Scientists like Dr. Chansu are doing everything they can to preserve this critically endangered species.
We're going to turn her over and have a look at her mouth. Okay, over it goes.
So when we do things like this, we have to recheck the wound of the animals. We don't want to harm them.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, put that bit of medicine in there as well. There we go.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
And there we are. Oh, and you can feel just trying to get her balance, moving her fins. It's a wonderful feeling just to feel the ripple effect of the fins underwater. We're taking off the tape and releasing its barbs. I came here in search of a monster, but instead I found a truly incredible creature that really deserves our respect. And off she goes.
From a remote corner of eastern India, reports are coming in of villages full of widows.
They live in terror.
Their men routinely ambushed by a terrifying predator. I'm on a perilous quest to determine why these attacks are happening.
Ow! I want to get the hell out of here.
And catch this fearless beast on camera.
I'm on the hunt for a vicious man-eater.
Bloodthirsty beasts, fantastic creatures, and legendary tales of terror. I'm Richard Terry. My quest is to solve the mystery behind the myth on Man v Monster. I'm venturing deep into a place called the Sundarbans to investigate the strange and deadly behavior of one of India's most revered creatures, the Bengal tiger.
Here in the Sundarbans, tigers behave like nowhere else on Earth. Here, they are systematically hunting people down and attacking them.
Even though they have access to natural prey.
Tigers don't usually intentionally kill people. They shy away from them.
But here, tigers have already killed about 10,000 people since the late 1800s. And recently, it's only getting worse.
Why is it happening here? What is special about this place? That's what I'm trying to find out.
My first stop is the remote village of Motrakan, where I've heard reports of tiger attacks. But there are absolutely no roads to get me there. The swampy Sundarbans is the world's largest mangrove forest. Located 50 miles south of Kolkata, India, on the delta of the Bay of Bengal.
It's made up of over 100 tiny islands. So the only way to get about is by boat.
But sometimes even a boat can't do the job.
Is that it?
No.
I don't speak Bengali, but I think this is probably about as far as we can get.
It's low tide and too shallow for my boat, but I'm still about 100 yards from shore, and I've got to get there somehow.
I'm going to have to swim, I think.
But this water could be teeming with deadly creatures. Bull sharks patrol the waters in this part of India. And what I'm most worried about right here are crocodiles. In a 3-month period, saltwater crocs killed 30 people near this area. So I've got to be on the lookout for signs that they are lurking between here and the shore.
I just want to see if I can notice any signs that they're around, and so far it's looking good from the surface.
But there's no way to be sure.
They can stay submerged for a good 30 minutes, so I really have to just assume that they could be there.
I'll have to take my chances and swim to shore as quickly as I can.
Okay, here we go.
Really better not hang around in here. I can't even see a couple of inches in front of my face here. If a croc's coming, I'll never see it.
Crocodiles have a transparent eyelid to help them see underwater.
This doesn't feel good. I want to get the hell out of here.
I'm relieved to reach shore, but I've still got to be on alert. Crocs can propel themselves out of the water and ambush unsuspecting prey like me. But with mud like this, I'm going nowhere fast.
Oh, this is tough going. Oh, I'm getting bogged down. This is so thick. I'm gonna head straight off into the mangrove. God, this is really dense. There could be animals around every turn.
Animals like deadly snakes or man-eating tigers.
Some say people are actually dying every week here. And I don't want to be one of them.
I'm snagged. That's it. Okay.
these people, this is what they have to move through, with the fear of being attacked.
I'm just glad to make it out in one piece. This time. The villagers here know firsthand that the tigers in the Sundarbans can be brutal killers.
I've heard there are nicknames for villages like this, which is Bidhaba Pali, which means colony of widows. Lakshmi?
I'm here to meet a woman named Lakshmi, who has a tragic, all too familiar tale.
Could you tell me what happened? What she's telling me is that her husband was with his mates deep in the forest collecting honey. And whilst they're all looking up in the branches, completely distracted by the task of trying to find a good, ripe hive, from out of nowhere, a tiger pounced on the back of Lakshmi's husband, sinking its huge canine teeth into the back of his neck.
Honey collectors here know the forest can be a prime location for lethal tigers.
That's where they make their living, but that's where the danger is. And every day they go out, they don't know if they're going to come back. What I've taken away from the conversation with that widow is that tigers are attacking from behind. Nobody sees it coming, and they're dragging them off and eating them. I've filmed enough dangerous wild animals to know that habitual man-eating really isn't the norm. Big cats, they're shy. They stay away from people if they can.
So why aren't the tigers here afraid of humans like they are everywhere else? And how could these attacks be taking place without warning?
If this is happening around where people are collecting honey, that's exactly where I should go now.
So I'm heading off to meet a group of honey collectors preparing for work.
These are the guys. Hello.
Men like Babu and his friends routinely search for natural hives to face down thousands of ferocious bees and extract valuable honey. But what they fear more than anything else are the tigers.
What do you use for protection against tigers? Do you carry guns?
না আমরা ওটা কোনোভাবে কিছু নিয়ে যাই না আমরা নিয়ে যাই এইগুলো নিয়ে যাই আর এইগুলো ছেপের জন্য এইগুলো ছেপের জন্য এটাকে এই পিছন দিকে দেখার জন্য সাবধানতার সামনে যখন থাকা হয়
Okay, I've got it. This is your protection. The tigers are attacking from behind like a scarecrow. You're using these to try and fool the tiger that there's somebody watching, because they'll only attack if they feel that you don't know that they're coming. Ingenious.
But it seems these masks may be too good to be true.
ও ভাববে যে আমাদেরকে তাকিয়ে আছেন তখন থমকে যান
So apparently when they first started putting these masks on, tiger attacks really did stop. But they're obviously being watched by these cats who had worked it out, and an attack started again.
Still, like these honey collectors, I'm happy to keep my mask on, just in case.
Okay. They're obviously all calling now to try and warn any tiger to frighten them off. But I tell you what I'm surprised about, that these cats have displayed serious intellect.
But right now, I have to focus on the bees.
I tell you what, I've been stung before by bees, but I've no idea how I'll react to these bees here. So one thing I've taken the precaution of taking is an EpiPen, which could inject a quick dose of adrenaline, just in case I'm allergic to these bees.
Soon we arrive at the site of a wild hive made by some of the largest and most aggressive bees in the world.
Okay, you can see a beehive right up there in the middle of this palm tree.
The hive is at least 3 feet across, a good-sized home for up to 50,000 honeybees, each equipped with a painful stinger.
If you get stung by bees like this, I mean, it can cause serious muscle spasms and swelling. I mean, you can actually start choking and lose the ability to breathe. Hence the EpiPen. Okay?
Okay.
The plan is to smoke out the bees from their hive, so the men begin lighting their torches.
Now, they told me before we came here that there'd always be somebody on the lookout to make sure that they're not going to get ambushed. But I'm looking at them now, and they're all concentrating on making smoke and looking at the hive. There's nobody on guard at all.
I'm beginning to see how Lakshmi's husband was so easily ambushed.
This is perfect foliage for a tiger to hide in. If a tiger was hiding down there now, it's understandable they wouldn't see it coming.
Especially now, when I'm moments away from being surrounded by a swarm of potentially lethal bees.
So he's going to lift the pole right up into the hive, and hopefully the smoke will subdue the bees.
Or else we're all in trouble.
If they start swarming, it could be potentially life-threatening.
I may be in over my head, but at this point, there's no turning back.
I really hope this works. Here come the bees. Bloody hell, here they come.
I'm in eastern India investigating the man-eating tigers of the Sundarbans. Here, unlike anywhere else in the world, tigers are habitually attacking people, and I'm trying to figure out why. But right now, I'm attempting to survive an attack of a different kind.
We are completely surrounded by the bees. These are very, very large, much bigger than any bee I've seen. There are so many thousands of them. I just hope the smoke works and they stay calm, because there's a lot of them.
So far, no stings. But that doesn't mean we're in the clear.
Now, you see, this is exactly what I was saying. They're all focusing on the tree and the honey. There isn't one person looking out for tigers. If I was a hungry tiger right now, somewhere in these bushes, him, there, gone. That guy by the tree, gone. Totally distracted. They're completely vulnerable to tiger attacks. I can't believe this is how these guys make their living every day of their lives. Entering the forest where they know there are dangerous animals that can kill them. For this, honey. It's a tall price to pay.
And I don't want to push my luck.
Let's get out of here, let's go. Let's go.
My time with the honey collectors proves just how vulnerable the villagers here are.
These guys, when they're attacked, they don't see it coming. And when you see the trees the hives are in, it's called the hatal tree. The shape of the leaves look just like a tiger's fur. So you can imagine they'll be really well camouflaged.
This may explain how these tigers kill humans so easily, but I'm still not sure why they're attacking in the first place.
These guys have no proper, serious means of protection, apart from the masks they wear on the back of their heads. Nobody around here uses guns or weapons. In other parts of the world, tigers have historically been hunted.
In fact, overhunting has contributed to the Bengal tiger's endangered species status. There are only about 3,200 of these cats left in the wild. So in most areas, tigers usually avoid humans to stay safe. But not here.
So is it that these tigers haven't developed a fear of people, a fear of humans?
That might be a piece of the puzzle, but it can't be the entire picture. This isn't the only place in the world where tigers are protected from guns. I need more information about this unique tiger habitat to understand the deadly dynamic it creates. The next morning, I make my way to an island called Bali to meet another tiger widow. But as I near the shore, something catches my eye. There's a red flag along the riverbank.
Right there, in the mangrove, the red marker apparently indicates that somebody has been attacked, and just recently. Now, if that's happened, that's the best chance I've got of seeing some fresh tracks. Let's go. This is really promising. This flag says, stay the hell away from here. This is where people have died. But that's where I'm going.
If a tiger recently attacked someone near here, there's a good chance it's left behind a clue that might reveal something about its man-killing behavior.
What I'm looking for now, what I really want to find, is any signs from a big cat, pug marks, droppings, or anything. When you know something's happened in a place like this, start to really look through the bushes and can almost picture the tiger being there.
But I'm not finding any signs that a tiger was recently here.
I know the cats have been here. People have been attacked here. They have been here.
So why is there no evidence of a cat's presence?
There's absolutely nothing here at all. Nothing. What was that? Say again? Okay, one of the local guys is shouting, calling me. He's seen something.
If he's found fresh tiger markings, I'm in luck.
What have you found?
This could be the moment I've been waiting for.
What is that?
I'm in the mangrove swamps of eastern India, looking for any clues as to why the Bengal tigers here are routinely attacking people.
Oh, wow, look at that.
It's not what I was looking for, but it's definitely alarming.
It's very cobra-esque. Oh, he's really moving. I can hear it kind of making a hissing noise. He looks like he means business.
This part of India is one of the most snake-infested areas on Earth, filled with deadly terrors like the Russell's viper and king cobra.
This is a rat snake. It's not a venomous snake, but if he's in here, God knows what else is in here. Okay, let's pull this out and see how long it is. Oh, he's really struggling. I don't want to hurt it.
But I can't resist the urge to get a closer look at this serpent.
Let's try and get an idea of the length of it. There. Okay, yeah, that's 4 or 5 feet. If you look, the smaller part of the tail reaches my boot, and if you were to lift that up, actually that is bordering on my height. That's almost 6 feet long.
This is just another reminder that even if I can't see something lurking in these forests, that doesn't mean it's not there.
When you're focused on tigers, you forget that these trees and this area are filled with snakes. Well, this root system is a perfect sort of place for snakes to be in.
I'm wary of spending any more time on the ground. But I can't give up on this crime scene just yet, especially if a tiger could be nearby.
Tigers are notoriously territorial.
They live and hunt alone, so maintaining control over their area is key to their survival.
Their scent markings literally telling another animal that this is their territory.
Then they stay within their boundaries. So if I want to see these tigers in their element, I need to stay here too.
So gather some material and people and build a hide here and let the tiger come to me.
This will hopefully give me a new vantage point.
This is a good spot. Surrounded by trees and hopefully will just look like another cluster of trees. Okay, let's start.
I'm using long bamboo planks and heavy twine to build a raised platform that should keep me hidden.
Okay, here's the first one.
And safe.
That's 15 feet. That's great because tigers can jump about 12 feet. So that takes me just out of their reach. Maybe a bit more, One more, let's go. This is, oh yeah, that went well. This is as close as I'm going to get to a man-eating tiger right here because the marker is over there warning people to stay out because of a recent attack.
Tigers usually hunt at night, so as dangerous as this may be, I need to stay past dusk if I want to catch one on the prowl.
By the time it's nightfall, having heard about the attack is going to be scary. Just mind your fingers.
To increase my chances of studying a tiger here, I'm going to put up a wildlife surveillance camera.
A tree like this is absolutely perfect. These cameras have a wide lens, so if I get it up here, this covers a lot of ground.
My camera trap will activate when it detects motion or heat, anywhere within a range of 60 feet.
That'll be recording me now as I'm moving.
It's time to get back to my hide before I become tiger bait.
Oh, yeah. That's fantastic. Solid as a rock. First thing I want to do is help it blend in a little bit more than it does. Just put some mud around it like this.
At night, a tiger's eyesight is 6 times that of a human. So I need to make sure these hungry cats can't see me, or else I'm a sitting duck.
Any easier to get up here.
With the sun quickly dropping, I race to set up everything I'll need to observe a tiger in the dark.
A regular flashlight. The tigers will avoid white light, but they don't see the red color spectrum too well. Maybe that could be the first warning that something's around.
If these birds have already spotted a tiger, I need to lower my profile and go it alone. It's time for my cameraman to leave.
Thanks, Rob. And hopefully I'll find a tiger.
Before it finds me.
Now I really am on my own. Minimize the biting. I'm going to turn this off now and go into night vision. I really want to see a tiger. But for most people in the Sundarbans here, if they see a tiger, it really is the last thing they see.
It's been a few hours and I still haven't seen anything. But I know that a tiger could be lurking nearby. All my senses are on high alert.
I'm having to rely on my ears more than my eyes now. What's that?
I'm in a hide in eastern India at the site of a man-eating tiger's recent attack. If I can catch a glimpse of one of these killer cats, it may reveal a clue as to why they're preying on people.
What's that? I'm just going to use my flashlight with the red gel to look down there because I do keep hearing cracks in the wood.
But it may have just been wishful thinking.
Nothing's there. It's going to be quite a long night up here.
By morning, I'm exhausted and disappointed.
I'm beginning to think these villagers are right. The tigers see us way more than we see them. But I haven't checked my surveillance cameras yet.
There may still be a clue in my footage.
I better take this.
I pack up my hide.
One camera.
And meet up with my crew to go take a look.
Okay, let's see what we've got on my surveillance camera. There it is. Gone off quite a lot of times.
But it seems that what set off my camera were various people, not tigers.
Okay, that's no good. What's this? 12. No, that's our crew. That's it. Nothing.
I'm frustrated, but I need to move on with my investigation. I know how the tigers are killing humans, but I still don't know why. What is it about this place that drives these cats to routinely and viciously attack? So I'm back on track to a small island called Bali to speak to a tiger widow named Namita.
Namita, I'm sorry to bring back terrible memories for you, but could you tell me what you know about the day your husband was attacked by a tiger?
বাড়ি থেকে সন্ধ্যাবেলা গিয়েছিল, রাতে জাল দিয়েছিল।
Namita's husband, Aaron, was out all night fishing on a boat.
বাঘ ধাক্কা দিয়ে ফেলে দিয়েছে।
And very early in the morning, he was drawing in his net.
বোটের উপর ছিল।
His friends were on the lookout for tigers approaching from the shore. But what none of them expected was an ambush from the water.
আমি ঘরে ফিরেছি পরে সেখান থেকে ঘাট ধরে নিয়ে চলে যায়।
And out of nowhere, he didn't see it coming. A tiger pounced on him, dragged him off. The men around him did all they could to help. In fact, there was nothing they could do.
Namita now faces the same daily struggle as many women in the Sundarbans.
These families are living with a constant terror, a nightmare that haunts them day and night. Namita doesn't see any sign at all that these tiger attacks are going to stop. If anything, they're increasing.
In fact, earlier this year, in some areas of the swamp, tiger attacks were roughly double what they were in 2011. It's a chilling thought. And so is the way Namita's husband was killed. I've never heard of a tiger attacking in water.
That was such a harrowing story, and especially to hear from her that tigers swim up to boats and drag people off into the water. And that brings this investigation to an entirely new level. I want to go and meet with a bunch of fishermen and hopefully suss it out. How can a tiger reach up and pull people from a boat? And also, why the hell are they attacking people in the first place? Doesn't make any sense.
I've arranged to go fishing with a man named Musharam, who is also the local shaman. I want to study the crime scene to try and determine why these tigers are consistently lashing out. Just after sunset, the shaman and I make our way down to the waterfront.
That's the fishing boat there. Ah. This fishing boat's tiny. There's no way we're going to get all of us on this.
I'm going to have to go it alone, without my crew.
Sorry, I'll take the camera from you.
We head off into the darkness, leaving behind the relative safety of the shore.
I'm going to have to switch to a really small night vision camera I've got here. I'm going to swap over now. Okay, that's better. It's so unstable here. Well, we're getting quite far away from the shore now.
And further into water infested with any number of unseen dangers like crocs, bull sharks, or worst of all, swimming tigers.
This isn't that reassuring.
As the men begin to cast their nets, I study the same scenario that cost Namita's husband his life.
It's so shallow from the edge of this boat to the water. Look, it's just that much. Right now, as they're doing this, a tiger could be coming up from behind, easy, hook a leg, drag him. Probably the first thing they would hear is the splash of the body falling in when the tiger grabbed it. The worst thing of all about this is the attacks are on the rise.
In fact, in February 2012 alone, 7 people were attacked in a single week.
This man behind me was fishing with his brother, and his brother was lifted out of a boat by a tiger and killed. I can't believe he's coming out here and exposing himself to these risks after he's lost his brother exactly this way.
Last year, more than 50 people were attacked by tigers in the Sundarbans. Many of them were fishermen. So why do these men take on such a hazardous profession? They tell me that the seawater floods their lands, making it salty and infertile. They have no choice but to make their living on the water.
And these guys are very, very vulnerable.
And right now, so am I.
We are in the place, doing the very thing in the same kind of boat that people have died. A lot of people. If there was a tiger in the water here, you wouldn't see a thing. It could come and take any one of us. And there's nothing the other guys could do about it.
I'm in the mangrove swamp of eastern India after a nighttime fishing trip in water that could contain swimming, man-eating tigers. So far, no sightings. But for the locals with me, the threat is far from over.
It's a really horrible thought to think that when I go home, something might happen to these guys and their wives made widows. I really hope not. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be coming out here. But there's no getting away from the fact that the tiger attacks here are on the rise, and I don't know why.
When I reach the shore, I tally up what I've learned so far.
I've established that the tiger behaves in this area like nowhere else on Earth. Tigers do not attack people systematically. They camouflage themselves. They don't want to run into people. But here, these tigers study the movements of people, and they're actively hunting people down.
What the fishermen told me about seawater flooding their land gives me an idea.
What I've learned here about the Sundarbans is that it's really flat, so the land gets entirely swamped with salty water. Tigers in the other part of the world live on completely fresh water, so tigers here have to survive on drinking salty water.
And I wonder if this dependence on salt water has adverse effects. I've heard that when large mammals drink water with high salt content, it can cause physical stress. Could that constant state of discomfort be why these tigers are repeatedly lashing out? It could be part of the puzzle, but I have a hunch there's more to it. So I'm heading to a village called Bajajnagar to see a man named Sushanta.
Sushanta miraculously escaped being attacked by a tiger. And having survived, I'm hoping it will give me some kind of indication as to why they are pinpointing people. I can sit here.
The story of his attack is the stuff of nightmares.
Can you remember anything about it at all? Sushanta was down at the river collecting crabs with his mates. So he was standing waist deep in water. That's when, from nowhere, a tiger pounced out on him and held him down in the water. He was completely powerless to pull himself free, and it was his mates that frightened the tiger off by throwing things at him. He sustained really awful wounds, but he's lucky to come out of it alive.
Sushanta's survival story is a terrifying reminder that the tigers here can attack at any moment, even in broad daylight. Tigers usually hunt at night and on land, but again, I'm hearing accounts of daytime and aquatic attacks. It seems that the water here must be at the root of the tiger's bizarre choice of when and where to hunt.
Fully charged battery.
I need to go down to the water to meet up with some crab collectors and study the scene of Sushanta's attack.
By going here and seeing the crab collectors is going to help me see how vulnerable they are and get a better understanding of why these tigers are attacking them from the water.
There's a guy collecting crabs just over here. This must be our man.
Hello.
It's not hard to see how a tiger could move quickly in this water, while Sushanta or the men crabbing here would be easy prey.
Imagine the sound and the fear that must surge through his body if he starts to hear the pounding and the splashing of a tiger running from that shore through the water to him here. It's so slippery underfoot. If a tiger were to get on top of him here, there's absolutely nowhere he could go. He's history.
I asked Babatosh to show me what happens when he and his friends crab here each day.
He has his net and he has some bait. Ah, you tied this frog on here?
Frog bait.
But Babatosh tells me that we'll probably have to wait for high tide before we'll have any luck with this bait.
The way they work is completely governed by when the water arrives, tides.
Which makes me wonder if the tides impact the tigers as well. I've seen the water levels change during my time here, but I never realized it was quite this dramatic.
The water is rising. There is no dry land in any direction.
But as the water gets deeper, I'm all too aware that tigers may not be the only predator I have to worry about.
Where we are, there are many recorded incidents of people being attacked by bull sharks, which are incredibly aggressive sharks.
Bull sharks are often considered the most dangerous sharks in the world. They can attack unprovoked, headbutting their victims before tearing them to shreds.
They can survive perfectly well in shallow, brackish, salty water like this. It doesn't need to be a large shark to cause an awful lot of damage.
And I don't want to find out firsthand. I'm in the mangrove swamps of eastern India, investigating the bizarre man-eating behavior of the tigers in this area.
Ow!
But right now, I'm fighting off an attack of a different kind.
So I picked up what I thought was a harmless little crab. These little guys, they've got a hell of a nip. And they're only this big. I mean, the power of that, it was like a fucking rhinoceros. It's so often like this. You think of tigers, sharks and crocodiles, and the little things get you. The most important thing, I want to make sure it's clean and covered because I don't want infection. Here's a prime example. Here I am, fiddling around in a medical kit, worrying about a tiny wound from a crab. I haven't looked over my shoulder once since I've been doing this. Look at these bushes. Tigers are attacking from the water. I'm history. There's blood dripping in the water.
And a single drop could be enticing to a predatory animal. I should get out of here. But as I'm packing up, I notice just how quickly the water's been rising.
Just in a few minutes, I've been looking after my finger. You can see how the tide's coming in around my bag. That water wasn't there just literally 2 minutes ago.
This gives me an idea.
One thing that's really evident from meeting the crab fishermen is that they're totally dependent on the tides.
I think it may be affecting the tiger's behavior, so I need to study these tides more.
So what I'd like to do is find a good spot and try and put up a time-lapse camera and a nice sturdy tree. Record. Leave it for 12 hours. That'll give me a good view of the action of this tide. Maybe even a tiger.
After the sun goes down, it's time to check in on my camera.
There it is. Great. The tide's been up, and now it's gone. It's all wet underfoot. Let's get this off quick and go and have a look at it on the boat. Fantastic. I've uploaded the time-lapse camera footage of the tide onto this laptop, and I can see it in a few seconds just by fast-forwarding. The entire area of land has been completely swamped by water.
Twice a day, high tide in the Sundarbans means that salty seawater from the Bay of Bengal floods all of these rivers and waterways. So every day, thousands of acres of forest become submerged, only to reappear as muddy landscape hours later.
Seeing the land swamped like this makes me think that everything in this area is a slave to the tides. The animals have to be able to adapt to an aquatic life, and this includes the tigers.
Here, tiger activity isn't confined to day or night, land or water. They hunt according to the tides.
And in this particular area, the stories I've heard are that people are being attacked during the day and at low tide. And this is exactly when the locals are going to collect their crabs and drawing their fish. And that is when the tigers have an easy target.
This could help explain the bizarre when and where of the tiger's hunting patterns. And it could also be why I didn't see a tiger at night in my hide, or any territorial markings near the attack site. They'd been washed away.
If a tiger were passing through these trees and scent marking all around to determine its territory, that with this tide coming in and diluting what they've sprayed, Losing that sense of territory could really make them angry, and maybe this leads them to a more aggressive attack on people.
It's finally coming together. It seems like tigers here never learn to fear humans, and they could be lashing out because they are stressed from drinking salt water, and they constantly need to remark their territory. These three factors may have helped turn tigers into man-killers. That leaves only one question. If these conditions have always existed in the Sundarbans, why are these attacks on the rise? I need to head further inland, away from the muddy mangrove swamps, to an area called Bandhavgarh. Here I meet tiger expert Dr. Pranabis Sanyal.
What a relief to be here. There are hills and tall trees.
Bandhavgarh has the highest density of Bengal tigers in the world. But I'm told the tigers here don't hunt people like the tigers in the Sundarbans.
Yes. The habitat for a tiger couldn't be more different here than where I've just been.
So here, the tigers can mark their territory quite happily without fear of their scent markings being washed away by a tide, and they can drink fresh water.
Yes, so man-eating trait is not here.
The question I really want to get to the bottom of here is, why are these attacks on the rise?
You see, the global warming is one of the main reasons out of this, because due to global warming, there is acceleration in the sea level rise.
This rise is so dramatic that in a worst-case scenario, the Sundarbans could be completely flooded by the year 2100.
So tigers are not liking that. So they have started migrating from southern Sundarbans to northern Sundarbans.
The northern part is where the villages are.
Yes. So the confrontation with human being has increased a lot in this northern part of Sundarbans.
I finally have a clear picture of what may be happening with the man-eating tigers of the Sundarbans, and why the attacks are on the rise. There's only one thing left to do.
Going that way.
See a tiger in the wild.
Fresh tracks. Go back the way we've just come from.
And as luck would have it, my guides finally spot something that hints the elusive Bengal tiger could be near.
It is so exciting. You don't know how you feel until you're really feeling the anticipation in the place where you know they'll be. These tracks have just gone down. Walking along here, just feel the bodies slinking from side to side. Little paces down here, one in front of the other, and walking off across into the brush over there, up towards that hill. They're so elusive. Let's get... That's the warning call of the cheetal, the spotted deer. In the woods here, meaning that the tiger might be coming out from here. So we've got a good 360-degree. That's the call again.
But the minutes tick by, and still no tiger.
I've got about an hour of daylight left, and it's not looking good.
I realize it's time to make the tough call.
It's nearly dark, and I haven't seen a fleeting glimpse of a tiger. Let's go.
As the sun disappears, so does my chance to see a Bengal tiger in the wild.
I am sad that I haven't seen a tiger, of course. But on the positive side, the fact that this tiger has managed to evade me is a good sign, because people and tigers really don't mix. That's why there are so few of them in the world.
My epic journey here in India has allowed me to understand why the Sundarbans tigers kill people. But it's also given me a new appreciation for these majestic and revered animals.
That Bengal tiger, it really is, in my mind, the god of the jungle. It's elusive, it's mysterious, it's strong, it's all-powerful, it's hyper-intelligent, it's king of its environment. It's an animal I hold ultimate respect for.
On a remote Indonesian island, a terrifying creature is on the prowl.
The fear of this thing is so powerful.
A deadly beast with large claws and a gigantic wingspan.
These creatures fly down and grab hold of you and drag you away.
I'm on a dangerous hunt to find this monster.
I've lost the grip on my left leg.
Kind of out of control here.
And still make it out alive.
Bloody hell, look at that!
Bloodthirsty beasts, fantastic creatures, and legendary tales of terror. I'm Richard Terry. My quest is to solve the mystery behind the myth on Man v Monster.
I'm heading for an extremely remote island called Seram, where the villagers there have been terrorized by a creature for generations.
Seram is a largely unexplored island in Indonesia, located between the Indian and Pacific Oceans.
People here, they've had to live their lives with deadly creatures such as saltwater crocodiles, all sorts of snakes and droves of hungry insects. But there is one creature that strikes fear in the heart of the people here, and it's known to them as the Orang Bati.
Reports of the Orang Bati describe it as a terrifying flying monster, half man and half animal.
A creature with a gigantic wingspan and black wings at that. I can't think what sort of creature this could be, but I'm heading to the nearest village to see if they can give me a better idea of what I'm looking for.
As I get close to land, the sea becomes too shallow to navigate my boat.
I think I'm going to be better off just towing this thing into shore. Yeah. I'm just drifting here. Okay. Let's just jump. Oh. I've got to keep my eyes really peeled for anything nasty. And these waters are full of venomous creatures. You've got urchins and jellyfish and rays. Look at that. It's a stonefish.
This could kill me.
This is the most venomous fish in the world. Unbelievable. These things can be really lethal. They've got 13 spines down their back with venom sacs so they can pump venom into you if you stand on them. It only takes the tiniest bit of pressure and could end up in hospital.
A potentially fatal encounter is an appropriate welcome to a deadly island.
I'm going to encounter all sorts of dangerous creatures here, and it's just something I've got to get used to and be ready for. I'm going to need to be discreet, and from what I've heard, just the mention of the word Orang Bati, people don't like it because they feel as though it might invite this creature into their lives. What I want to try and find out from these villagers is, what does it look like? What warning does it give if there is any sort of pattern there?
The camera crew hangs back while I approach.
Do you know anyone who might talk to me about the Orang Bati?
Dia mau tanya berapa.
Luckily, one of the men gives me a lead.
That way. Okay, thanks. I'm going to interview a young man called Paul, who grew up with his parents warning him of the perils of the Orang Bati. I'm hoping he's going to tell me what this thing looks like.
I meet Paul in the jungle just on the outskirts of town.
When your parents described this to you, what did they say it looked like?
Ketika itu mereka suka bilang kepada saya, orang Bati itu mempunyai tinggi sekitar 1.
Paul's describing the orang bati as having great big black wings and claws like talons, half human, half animal with sharp teeth.
Mereka bisa terbang, punya sayap besar.
Before you even see them, you hear this impending whoosh like a storm arriving, and these creatures are supposed to fly down into your room and grab hold of you with their large claws, their talons, and drag you away.
Dengan kuat mengenai orang Bati, karena semua orang takut. Kita harus menutup mulut.
Paul's saying that the community are really afraid of the orang bati. Even to mention its word could entice it towards them to fly into their villages and cause harm. So, could these tales of a winged creature that abducts people at night just be legend? The fear of this thing is so powerful and widespread that there has to be something behind it. There has to be a real creature at the root of this. With over 200 species of winged animals found in this area, I have a long list of suspects to consider. I need to talk to someone who's actually seen this beast. Paul points me in the direction of a man named Pakateng. Richard Terry, how are you?
Baik. Selamat sore.
Can we go inside and talk? Hopefully he'll help me narrow my search. So, tell me what happened.
Itu tidak bisa dipakai untuk peringatan atau mungkin ini.
When Pakateng was a boy on his way home, there was a banyan tree, and at the base of it he saw a creature in distress. So he picked it up and decided that he was going to try to save this creature. It had a mangled wing and seemed to have fallen from the tall trees. So he took the creature home with him, and when his father found out what he had done, he went berserk. This creature, his father explained, was a baby orang bati. What did your father say that this animal could do to you or do to the family?
Mereka barang itu punya.
His father said that if he didn't return this creature to where he found it, that the parents of this creature would return at night and try to regain it, and they would kill anyone who got in its way. Can you describe this creature?
Manusia sendiri yang punya ini, mata.
It had a different look from any other creature he's seen.
It had big black wings and it had a tapered face.
Matanya ada sedikit berbeda.
Now, what does the orang bati mean to you?
Waktu dapat itu, langsung mereka sudah.
He believes in them completely, and he understands that people fear them. This is really sounding genuinely spooky to me. And this happened around here. Pakateng tells me that he found the orang bati in the jungle outside of the village. So that's exactly where I need to go next. Oh. I'm right in the middle of the densest mountain forest now, where I've been told the orang bati lives. These treetops are the perfect place for a winged creature to roost. Up there, where you can hear all the sounds, that's where 90% of the biodiversity is. My plan is to climb up into the canopy to a rickety wooden platform to get a closer look. Oh. That is high. That's got to be 100, 120, 125 feet high. That is really high. I'm being rigged to climb this tree. So it's self-ascension. I've got to get myself up there on a single rope, so there's no safety rope. And I'm more than a day, more than 24 hours away from any help. Even if I called, there's no helicopters around, so I really hope this is good and secure. With my harness clipped into place and a final safety check, it's time for me to give this a go. That looks good. Great. Slowly but surely, I make my way into the trees. This is much harder than I thought.
on. Just what I need. This rain is making it 1,000 times harder. I'm having a hard time hanging onto this rope. My feet keep slipping out of the stirrups.
I've lost the grip on my left leg. Just have to pop the rope back in the clamp.
With 10 stories between me and the hard ground, I can't afford any mistakes.
I'm trying to about control here.
There we go. That's it.
Yeah. I'm really high up here. 10 more feet and I'm done.
That's good to be up here. Wow.
I'm desperate to see what winged creatures live up in the canopy. This is where they roost. There's got to be something up here.
I don't hold out a lot of hope that much is going to be flying in rain as heavy as this. But when the rain stops, maybe that's when they'll all come out. If they're all saying that they're afraid to say Orang Bati, that it might draw them in, that's what I'm going to say. Orang Bati!
Not exactly the response I was looking for.
Lightning. Talking about rain, lightning. Where shouldn't you be when there's lightning? Under a tree. How about on the very top of the tallest tree in the canopy? Yeah, very sensible.
And as the hours go by, the rain just keeps falling. My guides are adamant that we descend before it gets dark. But I'm not ready to give up. If the Orang Bati flies at night, then I've got to stay up here. The crew heads down, leaving me on my own up here.
The cicadas are getting louder. The rain is a little bit softer, so I'm just going to hold out for a little bit. I'm going to switch to night vision. Absolutely nothing has flown past here or come to take shelter under this great tree. So in the pouring rain, where are they going? Where are these creatures calling home?
It's not long before I realize there is one dangerous creature seeking shelter right next to me.
That is a giant centipede. These could give you a really, really unpleasant sting. Little legs right by its head there, they can inject a serious amount of venom. It could give a bite to a person that would cause a really, really horrible sting.
These centipedes can reach up to 6 inches long. They can cause a searing pain throughout the body that can last for days.
Okay, I better get this out into the forest. By first light, so we're just getting this tarp down and open up the canopy finally. Now I can see right up through the tops of the trees and turn all the way around.
It's a stunning view, but still no sign of the Orang Bati.
All I'm seeing now are another one, are small birds.
What is that sound?
Whoa!
I'm high up in the tree canopy on the remote Indonesian island of Seram, searching for a mysterious and terrifying winged assassin called the Orang Bati.
All I'm seeing now are another one, are small birds.
Suddenly, a loud whooshing sound passes overhead.
What is that? There. Just flew overhead. You might have heard the flapping now. That's my first proper sound since I've been in this tree.
The sound is exactly what Paul described to me. It flew by quickly before we could get it on camera. But I know what the animal was.
Large flapping noise, elongated face. I just caught a fleeting glimpse of it, but it was enough for me to see that this was a hornbill.
Hornbills are large tropical birds with wingspans that can grow up to 6 feet. And when they're in flight, their wings make a haunting sound. But there's one problem.
Hornbills are diurnal. They come out to feed in the day, not at night. And all the accounts I've been hearing, there's just too many attack stories that happen at night. So as magnificent as they look and sound, hornbill is not my beast.
This canopy search is a bust. If the Orang-Bati lives up here, it's eluded me. I need to talk to someone else who's seen this creature to figure out where I might find it.
Now that is an experience, coming down from a magnificent tree like this with the light in the canopy. Great! That's what I live for.
My next stop is the house of a woman named Ibu Salama. Like Pakateng, she had a close encounter with an Orang-Bati as a child.
Looks like a house. Ibu Salama. Nice to meet you. Can you tell me about when you were in the woods, when you were a young lady? The story she's telling me is that as a young girl, she was in the woods when she felt a presence behind her that was scary, and she looked around. And what she saw was a creature with large black wings. It had beady eyes and sharp teeth. And it was covered with red fur. It flew towards her, its flapping wings making an eerie sound like thunder. So she just ran and ran and ran. And this thing didn't let up. It followed on after her. So she made her way eventually all the way back to her village. Finally, she just bolted herself into the protection of her home.
She says that her family warned her to stay inside, that she had been chased by an Orang-Bati. And not only could it grab her in its claws and take her away, but it could also make her very sick and die.
I can see in her eyes when she's telling me this that it is really a terrifying story, and it haunts her to this day. Where do you think the Orang-Bati lives? Where do you think they are? She says that the creature's lair is far to the east, high up in the mountains in some caves.
This might be the clue I've been waiting for. A flying beast that lives in a cave, has large black wings, beady eyes, and red fur sounds a lot like a bat. Could there be a human-like megabat hiding in caves during the day and flying into villages at night?
What's really unique about speaking to her is that she says that she's actually seen it, and from what I've heard, people who've seen it, that's the last thing that they see. The other thing is that she describes it as chasing her into the village, so this entity will pursue someone into a human habitat. She also says it lives quite far away. It lives in the east of here.
I need to head east towards Mount Benaya. There, I'm told, is a limestone outcrop with a series of large caves. If it's a massive bat I'm looking for, I should find it there.
My journey towards the mountain begins at the Salawai River, and this seemingly lazy river can be completely swamped and turned into rapids in a minute.
with these tropical storms that come in almost every day.
This is one of the main waterways on the island, and it'll take me 9 miles upstream. I'll need to be really careful of the fast-moving water and the deadly creatures that live in it.
This place here is a real feeding ground for saltwater crocodiles.
Saltwater crocodiles are the largest reptiles on Earth. Their eyes, ears and nostrils are on the top of their head. That means that they can remain almost completely out of sight until they burst out of the water to catch their prey.
And I'm going to use this, which is a locally made canoe. So it'll take a bit of getting used to. I'm just going to rig a small camera. I'm going to overreact and tip the thing over.
With dangerous crocs potentially swimming around every turn, falling into this water could be disastrous. But I have no choice but to take this small canoe and risk it.
I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled for any signs of nasty creatures in the water, but this is harder than I expected.
Fighting the current now, and with the rain that's been so hard for so long, this boat is filling up faster than I can bail it out. This is so unstable when it's filling up with water. I've just been dragged into these sago palms, into crocodile territory.
Crocodiles on a nearby island recently snatched a young girl from the shore. They're highly territorial and aggressive, so I have to get back into my boat.
Just floating downriver now. If I try and get in this boat, this full of water is just going to capsize and sink. I'm going to try my best. Okay, I got back in. This boat is half underwater.
I finally bail out enough water to keep my boat afloat.
Basically, I'm just paddling with all my might against the force of this river.
Sundown is just a few hours away, so I have to spend the night at a forest camp a couple of miles from the river.
I'm going upstream about as fast as the river can come downstream. It's going to take me paddling, I don't know, 3-4 hours to get up there. Whoa! The noise that made. What was that? What was that? I can hear screeching in the trees. I can't see anything. I just heard really intense
swooping, swishing of wings. And it was a really weird and a strong sound.
Bloody hell, look at that! Giant flying creature with black wings. Oh wow, it was huge. It was really big. Just flapping. Black wings, exactly like I've heard of. This is the right place to be. Let's get further upriver.
But as the hours go by, the black flying beast is nowhere to be seen. And daylight is fading, so I need to take refuge on dry land for the night.
Slip in night vision. There. Ah, there we are. I can see the campfire.
I'll have to continue my search in daylight. The next morning, I set out for some caves near Mount Benaya with my local guide, Leonardo.
While we got some daylight, I'm going to just try and move quickly and get up to this high ground and hopefully I can get a better, longer look at what's been flying over and making these really haunting sounds.
As I get closer, I keep my eyes peeled for evidence that the Orang Bati has been here.
Something's watching me.
Richard, come over here. I found a trap.
Have you? What have you found?
There in the ground are fresh tracks, and they look like something with massive claws.
Footprints.
Should we follow it? Can you see any more footprints?
I kind of go in that direction.
The tracks are fresh and large.
Leonardo.
Yeah.
Do you see the tracks? Let's follow them. That looks quite fresh.
Richard.
Yes. Right through there. I can see a wing.
Richard.
Yes. I can see a wing.
I've just spotted something lurking in the bushes. It could be the terrifying creature behind the stories of the Orang Bati. As I inch closer, I'm able to make out what it is.
It's a cassowary. These are the most dangerous birds in the world. What you've got to really watch out for are its feet. Hidden within these incredible claws, it has a rapier-like talon that can grow up to about 6 inches long. If it jumps at you like this with these deadly weapons, this can eviscerate you in seconds.
This cassowary is an adolescent. Adults can weigh more than 100 pounds, be nearly 6 feet tall and run up to 30 miles an hour.
I've never seen one of these, I've only read about them.
Sharp claws, black wings, massive size and aggressive nature. This bird definitely sounds like the description of the Orang Bati.
But there's one critical thing about these birds that doesn't fit the Orang Bati profile. Flightless birds, they cannot fly. It's not capable of swooping down from the trees and flying after people through the jungle.
This may not be the creature I'm after, but it's still a volatile and terrifying animal, so I need to back away slowly.
There it goes, back into the forest. It's something that just fills me with adrenaline when you know how potentially dangerous these animals can be and just capture a glimpse of what they're like out in the wild. Well, that's the excitement for a minute. But back to my quest.
I'm back on track towards unexplored caves deep in a limestone outcrop.
If my hunch is correct, and I'm looking for some sort of massive bat, then these hidden caves are just the sort of place I should find it. No one knows exactly where these caves are, or what could be lurking in them. This here, this stone is limestone. That's telling me that this is the perfect place to find caves. It's really steep, so if there are caves, they could be right underneath where I'm standing now. Like that. That looks like the entrance to a cave. Careful, careful. That's really steep. Oh, that's great. That's a great cave entrance. This looks like the perfect place for a giant bat to live. God, that looks deep. How are we going to get down there? I can't tell how deep it is down there, but I must get in there and have a good look around. I just have to figure out a way of lowering myself down there. Did you bring any ropes?
Not in there.
You haven't got any ropes?
Not in there.
Let's cut some stuff down and make a ladder, yeah, and we'll get down there.
That's good.
Great.
Luckily, this is the ideal place for a little jungle engineering.
Got to fashion a ladder using a bunch of branches and vines. Get that in there. Lash these together and... yeah. There. This ladder will definitely do the job.
No one knows much about these caves. But what I know about any cave is before I venture in, I have to be prepared.
Most importantly, breathing apparatus. Because last time I went in a cave like this, I ended up with a really horrible fungal lung disease. I don't want to get that again. This mask has a HEPA filter, which means it can filter out tiny particles. What's a real concern in these caves is inhaling the spores of bat droppings, and that's what contains the disease. This mask will help protect me. This is when I'm going to have to be really careful. Muddy, wet boots and slippery ladder with a bag full of equipment. I can put that there. Okay, that's running. I can get on with doing what I really need to do. Let's get this protective clothing on. I'll put the legs in first. Ooh, big spider. Look at that. Oh, there he goes. Look at that. Look at that spider there. That's how big he is. See, this is what crawls around everything you touch. So needless to say, I'm going to be really careful where I put my hands.
I'm going to try and get further into the cave. Just imagine. In this cave now. Huge flying creature. Oh, wow, look at that. Hundreds of bats. They're absolutely everywhere.
These look like fruit bats, which are far too small to be the Orangbati. But it's clear this is prime bat territory.
I need to keep moving forward. Whoa! What's that sound? It starts and it stops. I feel like there's something else. There's something with me in here. It's in the cave.
I'm deep in a cave in Indonesia, searching for an elusive bat-like creature that's tormenting the villagers here.
Whatever's making that sound, it's not in here. I think it's left the cave.
If the Orangbati was here, it's now gone.
There's not much more movement. So I'm going to head back up to the mouth of the cave.
Oh, that cave was brimming with life on the bat front. It's full of different species of bats. Nothing massive, nothing the size of the huge wings I saw fly over the top of me.
The fruit bats in this cave may not be the winged assassin I'm after, but I think I'm on the right track. But these islands are vast, and it would take years to search through all of the caves and forests.
I need to find an expert who can tell me more about the wildlife in this area.
So I go to meet with bat expert Dr. Ibnu Marianto and his team of researchers.
Dr. Marianto.
Hello.
Richard Terry.
How are you?
How are you? So, are we going over in that direction?
Dr. Marianto says the largest bats here occupy some forests, a short boat journey away. If this is the home of the orang bati, then we are heading right into its hunting ground.
Indonesia is one of the most biodiverse places on Earth, and it blows the mind to think what could be out there in these forests.
We'll set up a series of traps to snare whatever giant and potentially dangerous bats lurk here.
It really is getting incredibly dark in here. We're right in the thick, dense forest here.
Nighttime means action, so we need to set up our traps. Fast.
Have a look.
What's that?
These are the remnants of fruits eaten by animals.
So how about this as a spot to rig some traps? What do you think?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a good idea.
We can
do it, yeah. Masuk ke? Yeah.
Our first trap is called a mist net. It's a piece of expansive nylon mesh stretched between two poles.
Okay, that's the last one tied off. Anything flying through here with that height and this width is going to get caught in this. Steady.
Along with mist nets, we're also setting noose traps.
So this is basically fishing line,
Yeah.
with many little slip knots. The claw of this flying animal might actually get caught into one of these nooses and pulled tight and trapped. This is a decent flight path in amongst all this dense forest. If we can get a trap up there in the tree, we stand a reasonable chance of catching our giant bat. One of Dr. Marianto's assistants thankfully has a ladder, so I can get up nice and high into this great fig cluster. Okay, good. That looks stable. Okay, I'm going to get up higher now and wrap this around the branch. I have no better chance than this in the canopy where these creatures are known to lurk, live and feed. This is when you start to feel alone and vulnerable. This is the animal that people describe as coming out of the canopy and literally taking people away. For all I know, this creature could be right there now looking at me, and I wouldn't have a clue that it's there. What's that? No, these monkeys are moving. These monkeys are getting scared. There's something over there. What's that? The monkeys heard something over there which I heard. They've run for cover. I want to get out of here, actually. The traps are set and the sun's going down, so all we can do now is just sit and wait and hope that something is going to get caught in the traps.
After a couple of hours, we checked the traps.
Oh, no. There's nothing in it at all.
Nothing.
I really wish...
Did any? Wait.
Oh, you think something's gone through here? Look at the hole. Oh, I knew we had to catch something. It's gone right through, whatever it was.
It must have been massive. And if it was the creature behind the Orang Bati's stories, it could be right here with us.
This net is the expanse of a very large swimming pool. What was there has gone through, created this hole here.
let's go and check the other traps, okay? Hang on. Look. Up there.
I'm in Indonesia trying to catch a deadly winged creature that terrorizes locals. Something has just punched a massive hole in one of the mist nets, and I can see eyes staring back at me.
Just see its eyes glinting. We've caught something. I can just see the edge of a wing. Is that a little fruit bat?
Yeah, fruit bat.
So what we have here is a small fruit bat. Impressive looking, but this is too small to have made the huge hole we've just found. That was something a lot bigger.
I hope the noose traps in the trees were more effective. Otherwise, there may be a giant angry bat on the loose.
This is the one I put the trap in.
Oh, yeah. I can see movement. Ah. Yes. We've got one up there. Oh. I can just see the glint of an eye. It's up there. Ibnu, can you see that? There, I can see it moving. All I saw was large eyes. It just moved past my flashlight. I could just make out the wing. It's going to bring it down. Look at the size of that. That is the biggest bat I've ever seen. Look at that, turning and twisting. Oh my God, look at the wing on that. That is a bat.
Dr. Marianto stretches out the creature's wings, careful not to harm it. And we waste no time in identifying this bizarre animal.
This is Pteropus vampirus, the flying fox.
What I want to do is try and measure its wings. Look at this. Oh, I'm almost tripping over here. It's really strong. Look at the size of this one. 55 inches across. Okay, that is almost 5 foot wingspan. This is a magnificent beast. Oh, it is a beauty.
Pteropus vampirus is the largest bat in the world. They live in the tropics, in parts of Asia, Africa, and Australia, and their wingspans can grow up to 6 feet. But does this animal fit the profile of the orang bati?
Now, with my flashlight on his neck, you can really see how red the fur is that everybody's been describing. Pointed ears, great big beady eyes. Its wings certainly look black from a distance, but I can tell you this close, they're a chocolate brown. But anyone looking up at it would just see these awe-inspiring black wings.
It may not look exactly human, but it does have the tapered face that villagers described.
You flying over a village would be one fearsome sight. It's trying to pull itself under and grab hold of my belly button and let it fold under and maybe take it up the other way. There we are. Let him hang from my finger, maybe. But look at the claws. Now, these claws don't bite. I mean, this does look like a set of talons. Those coming towards you would create fear.
Flying foxes use their long, curved claws to hang upside down while they roost during the day. And when they come out at night, they can fly more than 30 miles in search of food.
Oh, and then listen to that. Imagine if you heard that flapping and there's a whole colony of bats flying overhead. This is the sort of sound that people have been describing. En masse, that would be something to give you nightmares.
Dr. Marianto explains that while this is a fruit-eating bat that doesn't attack or feed on humans, it can still be deadly.
So as large as this bat is, there's no way that this could carry away even a baby, but it is a deadly creature. It carries a virus that's deadly when passed on to people called the Nipah virus. 40% of the people who get the disease actually die.
Fluids like saliva spread the virus, so it's a good thing I'm wearing these gloves.
Even though it's not the 4 foot tall flying man that people have described, this matches the description of all the stories I've heard.
Its ability to spread deadly disease and its giant wingspan mean this creature deserves our full respect.
This is our monster. Look at this thing. Oh, it is a beauty.
I came here looking for the monster behind the myth, but what I found is a truly legendary beast. From deep in the Amazon come reports of a massive beast that's attacking villagers.
That's one hell of a bite.
It strikes when people least expect it.
The creature made a lunge for him.
And disappears into the jungle before it can be caught. I'm on a mission to find out what this animal is.
It's absolutely huge.
And catch it on camera.
Oh, look at that!
Bloodthirsty beasts, fantastic creatures, and legendary tales of terror. I'm Richard Terry. My quest is to solve the mystery behind the myth on Man v Monster.
I'm in northern Brazil, just south of the equator, and I'm embarking on a journey deep into the Amazon jungle. I've heard tales of a creature that lives somewhere in the depths of the Amazon River basin. A massive and bloodthirsty beast that's been attacking fishermen and villagers along the river.
This animal attacks with such stealth, no one can see it before it strikes.
So I'm here to investigate these attacks and figure out what is the creature behind them. I'm going to a place that not many people visit. I'm heading upriver to a village called Takuma, where I've heard there's a young boy who survived an attack by this beast. This is about as far as this water taxi can take me upriver. I'm going to need a smaller boat to get me the rest of the way to the village.
From here, I'll need to travel about 9 miles up a small tributary.
This is just coming to the end of rainy season. The water levels are unbelievably high. In fact, it's the highest they've been for 100 years.
These waterways are full of creatures. Electric eels and piranha.
My progress is painfully slow.
I'm going to have to switch this to night vision now. It's really dark. I didn't want to be on this river in the dark. My goal was to make it to the village by nightfall. That hasn't worked out. These small channels are really hard to navigate even in a boat this size. I've come to a stop now. Try and turn myself around. When I'm really aware of what could be lurking, not only in the trees here. My biggest concern is what's in the waters. This is when you start to feel vulnerable, when you're on your own, up a river with no lights. There's no moonlight out to help me at all. Just stars. I'm getting caught again. I just can't get out of this stuff. Oh, there. There's a glow coming through those trees. That must be the village.
Takuma is a small fishing village on a tributary of the Amazon. But if whatever's attacking the villagers prevents them from fishing, their livelihood could be in jeopardy.
I've travelled quite a journey to meet this young man, Tiago. I've heard from a few people that you are a very lucky boy. Can you tell me what happened to you?
Tempo atrás veio uma malhandeira, né? Que o meu...
Tiago was in his canoe. He was fishing using nets.
Aí ele tinha ido lá.
He heard a splash and he was checking his nets and he thought the splash
may have been fish,
Só que aí que ela queria que
and as he was looking to see what it was, he was attacked from the water, dragging him out of his boat, and the boat capsized.
Para isso eu fiquei em pé na proa do casco.
He crawled to safety on the shore, and he looked to try and see what the monster was, and it had gone. When this creature attacked you, did it actually bite you?
Sim.
That there is a bite mark. That's one hell of a bite. I've had a wild animal bite me before, and it's nowhere near as large as that, and I was in a lot of pain. That is such a big bite to come from something in these waters. What did it look like?
Uma coisa grande.
Tiago said the creature had scales all down its body. This creature was really long, and it had a giant great head. That must have been so frightening for you. Tiago, if I were to ask you to take me to the place where this attack happened, would you show me?
Não. Eu fiquei com medo de ir lá.
Tiago and his family are too afraid to go back to that part of the river again. But they've arranged for some locals to take me there in the morning. The next day, I meet up with my guides and we start to make our way to the scene of the crime.
We're going to the same lagoon that Tiago was attacked, but to get there, we have to travel through all this swampland.
Everyone here is well aware of these attacks, and they treat it here with extreme caution. Looking at the waters here, I can see just how vulnerable somebody would be, let alone a small child.
So if I put myself in his perspective, this is about as flimsy as a boat gets, more so than a dugout. It's just really weak fiberglass. This is the sort of boat he used. And look how unstable this is.
Seeing this straight away, these waters are completely murky. Look at this.
With the hand under the surface, gone.
It's vanished. There could be all manner of things lurking in there.
The creature that attacked Tiago, it happened right around here.
So this is what we've got to watch out for, and I don't think you should be standing there. Let's get in the boat.
Looking at these waters and the easy access from either side, narrow channels, I can see just how Tiago was attacked in this sort of location.
I'm looking for a massive creature that attacks from the water and has a bite big enough to inflict the wounds I've seen on Tiago.
Turning this camera on, and yeah, we've got an image.
So my plan is to fish this lagoon and see what's lurking in these waters.
Okay, you guys, if you can go up and look that way, Picanso and I are going to take the boat.
I need to remain extremely alert. I never know what could be hiding in here. Fish here? Okay. The lead fisherman, Picanso, thinks this is a good place to cast our nets. The water is calm and shallow enough to stand in.
What we're doing here is he's putting out a net, probably about 10 foot, to take us from the bank all the way to the boat.
And that's basically creating a 10-foot wall across this river. So any large fish coming towards his net, we're going to get them. Now we wait. We've been here for a good 2 hours now, and we haven't drawn in anything of any notable size. I suppose I'm always just expecting too much too soon. But I've got to persevere.
What's that?
Oi!
They got something?
Looking by the way he's paddling, I think we've got something. Is it a big one? Sounds like it's something really big. I'm going to go and see it right now. I can see it in the net now. It's thrashing around. Oh, look at that. I can see it in the net now. It's thrashing around. Oh, look at that. I'm in the Brazilian Amazon, investigating a series of mysterious animal attacks. And we may have just caught the culprit. I'm going to get in there with them. Just through the water, I can see the eyes on top. A big, broad head, narrowing, tapering down at the end. This is just as Tiago described. This is the Arapaima. The locals call it the pirarucu. The Arapaima is one of the world's largest freshwater fish. It can weigh more than 400 pounds.
Turning itself towards me at the size of this one. Get this one out.
One of their means of defense is to charge into their prey, literally headbutting them. So you've got to be really careful when you're standing in front of these things. Okay, I'm going to try and lift the body out a bit. You can feel these huge scales, an unbelievable girth. I can put my whole arm around the girth of its body. That is as big as people were describing the creature. I know these things have a reputation for thrashing and jumping out of the water. And there is no doubt that this creature could have been powerful enough to knock Tiago out of the boat. But could the Arapaima really be the creature behind the attacks?
What I need to do is look at the head. What Tiago sustained were substantial bites. Now we're talking about 7-8 inch bites on his leg. Look at this thing go now. Whoa! Now as powerful as this is, a mouth this size, this is 6 inches from my thumb to finger, an 8-inch bite, not a chance, not with that mouth. Doesn't have a mouth big enough for the bite marks I saw on Tiago's leg.
With the Arapaima ruled out, I'm back to square one. So I asked the local fishermen if they know what else could be lurking in these waters.
Do you know of anything else that could be responsible for the attacks that we've been hearing about?
Picanso tells me there's a legendary beast here that's feared throughout the Amazon, and different villagers call it by different names.
They're using a name like Gigante that these guys use, meaning huge, massive, and Matador, which was brought in by the Spanish explorers. That basically means bull killer. And Yakamama, which is the mother of the water. All of these names refer to the same thing, a large creature that lives in the water and can do people a lot of harm. Have you heard of people who've experienced these sort of encounters recently? He's telling me, yes, there have been people who've been attacked by something really large, really grande, and it's in a village called Tracacha. That's just the sort of information I need, and that's where I'm going to go to now.
Picanso tells me I need to speak to a woman called Josefa. Her son had a terrifying encounter with this water beast right near her home.
Hello. Hi.
Josefa, tell me what happened to your son.
Joguei em cima da minha cabeça e comecei a orar.
Josefa was dreaming that her son was being attacked, and she was awoken from that nightmare by the sounds of somebody calling for help.
Socorro!
Her other son went to try and see what was the root of the problem, and when he got there, he found his brother lying in his canoe with his leg covered in blood, having been attacked by a creature tearing muscle and flesh from his leg, leaving bone exposed.
Foi isso aqui tudinho.
Writhing in pain, he told his brother that he was pulling in his boat, when out of nowhere something attacked him from the shore.
So your son was actually on dry land. So where I've heard that people have been attacked in the water, this is the other way around. This man has been attacked on the land, but the creature returned to the water. This is key here.
Josefa says her son never got a look at the creature, but she believes it's the legendary beast the fisherman described. A gigantic animal, 30 foot long or more.
She says that this creature is the guardian, the protector of the rainforest. That if people disturb the beast will rise and the weathers will open up. Look at that. As we're talking about the mythical creature, from a completely still, sunny environment, the wind started up, it began to rain, and the curtain's just blown down from the window. Right now, as Josefa is telling me that she believes in these legends. Muito obrigado.
Josefa's son was attacked right behind their home by a powerful creature believed to be nearly 30 feet in length. But this attack happened on land.
This is the Anangol over here. It's where the land meets the water. And it is exactly where the attack took place. And you can imagine how the sounds of cries calling for help could carry over this water to this house. How haunting is that when she's dreaming about the attack of her son? But that is where I want to go now, in there, and look for this monster. Now I'm heading deeper into the Amazon. Here we are, we're going right into the Anangol now. Into the water, right to the edge of the land. What I know is that this creature attacks both in the water and on land. So this is exactly where I want to be.
My plan is to stake out this area overnight and try and get a glimpse of the beast. So I'm meeting up with a local guide called Samuel. He knows this mangrove swamp better than anyone.
Samuel.
Hey.
Very
Nice to
good.
see you.
Great to see you. Tell you what, it's getting really dark now.
Yeah.
I want to get set up on land, but near water.
Okay.
If I stand a chance of seeing this creature, I'm going to set up right where I can see anything that either enters or leaves the water, right here at this watering hole. What we're doing here is building ourselves a very simple hunting platform that'll take us off the ground. So I can just sit there and wait. Across here. And the last one. Yeah. Okay. So we haven't even roped this off. It's just been banged in the ground and it's already completely solid. And I can sit here safely above the area where I'm hoping to see the creature come out of the water or come from the ground towards the water. Let's get up here. And let's go to night vision. There. I'm just going to spend some time here with the cameras, keep quiet on my own.
Samuel is just within radio reach of my position.
I'm sitting on a makeshift platform above the land and water, exactly in the area where Josefa's son was attacked. Right. Important thing here is just to be quiet and still and allow this thing, whatever it is, to feel secure to come into this area. But in order to do that, I'm going to have to stop talking so loud. Every part of my senses just magnify 100-fold. When your other senses are taken away from you, when you can't see, I'm just hearing so many different things. I can pinpoint hundreds of different sounds. Every leaf and branch moving. head. Richard Samuel, come quickly, it's right here, it's absolutely huge. Be really careful. Gunny. I'm gonna get over there and have a look. Be careful, Samuel.
Jesus Christ, look the size of this thing. It's gonna be dangerous for us. Very careful.
Samuel is trying to lasso its head. Be careful.
It's looking to us.
That is so big. Well done getting that lasso around its head. It's long, it's black and green, it's covered in scales, large scales. Look at the size of its head there. Now I can see its left eye and its snout. It's so distinctive, this black armor and a huge head. This is a black caiman.
The black caiman is a member of the crocodilian family and the largest species of caiman found here in South America.
This is a serious contender to be the creature that's been attacking people. The power of it, it could easily knock people out of boats. It's as happy on land as it is in the water. Black and green scales, it's long, it's huge, it's powerful. That is one serious bite if it got hold of you. In that jaw, it has around 75 conical teeth. It could easily cause the damage that I saw on the scars. But the thing is, these grow to about 15 foot maximum.
Maybe this one's about 12 feet long.
And people are describing the creature as being as much as almost 30 feet. You're not going to see one of these getting as big as 30 feet, are you?
No.
I am terrified of this creature. But it's playing dead now. It's what we should do if a grizzly bear comes up to you. Play dead and it'll leave you alone. It thinks it's being attacked, so it's playing dead. But it could rear up and turn around at any second.
So we need to back away slowly from this animal and let it return to the water.
Now there's not a noose on it. It's completely free to do whatever it wants.
Be careful.
Off you go. Imagine something twice that size coming after you when you're in a small canoe. And when I saw that from this bank rearing up, I thought, that is my monster. But it's the black caiman, and that isn't the 30-foot creature that people have been describing. The monster I'm looking for is twice this size. I've got to look elsewhere. When I saw that caiman last night, I really thought I'd found my monster. It's long, it's powerful, scales, incredible head and serious power. It's the closest I've got yet. But it's just not long enough to match what people have been describing. I need to find out some more accounts, talk to some more people who've witnessed this and see what's missing. What else is there beyond the caiman that could match this monster? There is another story I want to hear that my team have found out about, and it is the other side of this swamp. Now, if I take the sensible route by water, it's going to take me a day and a half, 2 days to get there. And if I cut straight across by land, which is going to be tough, I should be able to get there by nightfall. I hope.
The place I'm heading for is about 3 miles away as the crow flies. It might be a shortcut, but that doesn't mean it'll be easy.
It's not just animals that you have to watch out for. It's poisonous plants and sharp plants. They can cause you just as much harm if you're not careful. This is the Mumbaka. If I heard a sound up there and looked round to see what it was and then walked into this, turning my face, I'd be cut all over my face and possibly blinded. Mumbaka means sharp and hard, and they are lethal. But they do have a use, a purpose. If you find a stick like this and just cut off the end and stick that in the end of the stick here like this, that makes a really useful spear for gathering bait, things like frogs and large crickets for catching fish. Oh, now we've got water. Always water. I've only got to get over there to that side. It's just this body of water that stands in my way. And it looks like it goes on a long distance to the left and to the right. And it's getting late. I'm just going to take the shortcut. I don't think it's too deep. I don't think it's too deep. That was not a good idea. I'm gonna have to walk around this, and that's gonna cost me a couple of hours of valuable daylight.
My journey to the village is taking much longer than I expected, and it looks like I might have to spend the night out here.
And the mosquitoes are really coming out now. That's a sure sign that I'm losing daylight. It's really getting thicker and thicker at this point now. I thought it was going to get easier. This is starting to look like a bad decision. There's a house here. It looks abandoned. Okay, think quick. I either push on and it's going to be dark without any question, or I can make the most of what I've got here, and that's somewhere that looks pretty solid to stay the night and then press on in the morning. Let's see if it's got a roof. Oh, this is good. The far side of the house has a roof. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay here. There's plenty of wood. First thing is barricade up the bottoms of these entrances. Because if you see an entrance from the water's edge, at least this is going to deter something like a caiman or whatever else is in there from climbing up to where I'm sleeping. That roof isn't too bad, actually. Oh. It's amazing what 3.5 sets of walls can do to your confidence. Gives you a sense of security, like having your own castle, your own fortress. And I can get a good vantage point of the water around. I better get some provisions before it gets dark. Get a fire going. Use this to start it. There we go. I'm looking forward to hearing tomorrow's story. And I made absolutely the right decision not to venture out there in the dark. That would have been just suicide.
I need to speak to someone who's seen this creature and can offer up a more detailed description.
There is a creature out there that matches the description that these people have told me about. I want to continue my journey and find out exactly what this monster is.
By morning, I finally reached the home of a man called Joam, who I've heard has seen the creature up close. Recent floods have left the houses here half underwater.
That's the house of poor Joam, who's completely submerged. And the amazing thing about this is actually low tide.
Joam, Richard, hi. Tell me, what happened to you?
O que aconteceu foi o seguinte, que nós andávamos pescando. Na ocasião que eu ia passando,
He went fishing using a flashlight and a spear. And on the way back from this fishing trip, he heard the sound of something moving by a tree in the water. What kind of sound was it?
ela chiou.
It was actually the sound of water falling off, this creature leaving the water. That's the last thing he heard before the creature made a lunge for him.
Assim.
And he's saying that the creature wrapped itself around the boat and himself, dragging him into the water, capsizing the boat, and tying him, literally crushing him with its force. And the only way he could free himself was by burying his teeth into the flesh of the creature, penetrating the flesh so that it would release him and he could escape. Did you get a good look at it?
Da cabeça para trás, ela vai formando malha.
He's actually seen this, and he's describing it as between 4 to 6 meters. That's about 20 feet. It had black ovals across its body, but the body itself, is this right, is green. From what they've just told me, and marrying that up with the stories I've heard before, I think I know what this is. It's a serpent of some sort. And I think it's a constrictor. Thank you. Constrictors kill by slowly squeezing the air out of their victims' lungs. They tend to be comfortable both in water and on land. And with the sky brightening, there's a good chance I'll be able to find one basking in the sun. If we are going to be successful at finding one of these, we're going to have to move quite stealthily, because we'll be waiting for prey to pass. There. I know what that is. Wait. I know what that is. Wait. There. Right there. Oh, it's a big one. Oh, listen to that. It's coiled up, ready to pounce. This is not a happy snake. That is a large, constricting reptile that lives on both land and water. And it can take down some really large prey. I just want to get a stick to see just how aggressive the snake is. Look at it. Ah, look at that. This is a boa constrictor. This is an angry snake. The thing is, these markings here don't match up to what people have been describing. They've been talking about ovals, black ovals. These are brown and tan, diamond shapes and triangles. And the body's grey, not green. I'm gonna give this one plenty of space. I don't need to look at it any further. I know that's not our creature. Yeah, back up, back up. Oh. Well, that boa was the closest thing I've come to finding my monster. But there is another constrictor in the constrictor family here in Brazil, the anaconda. The green anaconda has the size and power to be the creature behind the attacks. I've come down south to Bonito, and I've arranged to meet a snake expert. And I'm hoping that he can take me to find one and look for myself and see one of these giant green anacondas. Biologist Daniel de Granville meets me at a section of river known for green anacondas.
Daniel,
Richard.
Hi, nice to meet you, Daniel.
And you. So this body of water here, what's it called?
This is the Formoso River.
Formoso.
A stretch of the river that this part almost nobody comes in.
What do you think? It's not looking like great weather. What are our chances of finding an anaconda?
A cold night followed by a warm, sunny day. That's the ideal situation because it would come out of the water early morning to bask in the sun.
So, with it being cold like this now, the chances are the snake's going to be in the water, not out on the banks.
They will be looking for where it's warmer. So in this situation, snakes tend to be inside the water rather than outside.
And that's where I've got to go, down in the water.
And if we want to find them, we better get going, hurry up. Weather doesn't look so good, might rain.
This is all making sense to me because all of these attacks I've been hearing about have been happening around bodies of water just like this one. Okay, I'll get kitted up then.
Sure, yeah, let's get geared. Get your wetsuit on. Thank you. Give you the rest of us.
The green anaconda is semi-aquatic, but spends much of its life in the water.
Keep going. Okay, 1, 2.
And the waters of the Formosa River are unusually clear, giving me a good chance of seeing an anaconda in its natural habitat. What we're looking for here are breaks in the grass, obvious disturbance from either the animal I'm looking for or for prey that the anaconda will be looking for. It's great for once to be able to see beneath the surface of the water, to be looking on the edge, and if something does quickly move into the water, I have a chance of actually seeing it. Now this is what I'm really excited about. I have a full face mask that I will be able to, for the first time in my life, communicate underwater. There's a microphone in here, and I can talk to the surface with this earpiece that transmits sound underwater.
Richard, this is looking like a promising spot for the dive.
Right here?
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Great, well, let's get ready. No matter how good a diver you are, we're out of our domain, and those things can move very fast.
When they're in the water, they'll tend to be near the vegetation, and that's where you should be looking at. Because these snakes, they sometimes have their dens on the riverbank underwater, and it's amazing. I've seen like 25 feet long anacondas disappear suddenly.
That is where it lives. That is dark riverbank. That's where I'm going. Touch that.
How are things looking down there, Richard? Okay, keep looking at the river banks. If you're to find something, the odds are that you're going to find it along the bank.
I'm coming back upstream now.
Look for holes like dens. The anacondas are known to use dens. Okay, Richard, I don't care what you're seeing down there, man. From up here, I'm seeing this big thunderstorm coming, black clouds. So please come back. There's another dive spot. Downstream, we can try it, but we gotta beat the storm.
Well, it's the clearest water I've seen for a while, but it's still very hard to make things out. You're right, we've got to get out of here, haven't we?
Daniel's had luck in the past seeing anacondas down that way. That's where we have to get to fast.
The time isn't on our side. And my luck is about to run out.
Waterfall! Yeah! Our boat just capsized, so the bags we had in there and the camera gear is on the bank, but more stuff has gone floating down the river. Meanwhile, we're wiggling our legs around like bait in anaconda territory. So we've got to get this boat upright. We're south of the equator. It gets dark by 5. It's now 3. We've not even come halfway. So the main objective now is just to get off this river and pull back and regroup and rethink this.
Finding an anaconda in the water is turning out to be harder than I thought.
There's no way we're getting off this river before dark. I've tried my best in the water. Now I'm going to go to a place where I stand a chance of seeing an anaconda on land.
The next day, I resume the search with my guide Samuel.
We're still close to water. We are literally looking along the riverbank using our eyes, looking for bubbles or any signs of disturbance, track marks. But if they're here on land, they could be hungry, and we've got to be really careful.
The green anaconda is an apex predator, striking out at its prey as it approaches. It doesn't take long to find signs that the anaconda is nearby.
Richard, and the mark is the little tree, the little bush have been crushed.
You can see that the leaves have been pushed into the mud. He says the snake gets onto this so that it can put its head in the sun before it then enters the water and out onto the land to hunt.
I can see it.
Really?
I don't know where's the head. Come here. Come and help me. Put your hand with me here. Just grab it. I'm gonna pull it. Just grab it. Pull it. Yeah, pull it.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
Like this.
Pull it.
It is. It's got the black oval markings. Look at this. That is.
Pull it, pull it,
the
pull it.
anaconda.
Yeah, pull
There's
it.
the head.
Yeah. Ow! Just grab it.
Okay.
It's got you, got you.
It's okay,
Right,
it's got
yeah.
me.
Got you.
Right, I've got it.
Yeah.
Release.
Yeah.
Release. She's aggressive.
Okay, got it.
She's aggressive.
Yeah.
I got it. She sank her fangs into my thumb right away as soon as we had our hands in the water. Look at the markings. Green, black ovals all over it. This is the green anaconda. Look how thick it is. Look at the girth of this. She's hissing. Sleek, efficient, fast, stealthy. The green anaconda is, pound for pound, the largest snake in the world.
The biggest anaconda I've ever heard of measured about 25 feet, but some people believe they can grow even longer.
The incredible thing about these snakes, they're not venomous, but they have a sinewy hinge system for their jaw, which can move independently. So they can completely shift their upper jaw and lower jaw and open it all up to take prey much larger than themselves and swallow it whole. This thing here has the ability to crawl out of the water, to actually rear up out of the water and strike people in their canoes, in their boats, and also to climb up onto land.
Imagine the families that are living in half-submerged houses with anacondas swimming around.
Although these creatures do swallow their prey whole, you can see from my thumb, they will strike and they will attack. If somebody's cornering them like we just did then in the hole, it'll turn around and it'll bite. Samuel, I think I should get this wound cleaned. Let's put her on the dry land so she can just find her own way back into the water, yeah?
Okay.
I can completely understand why people are afraid of this animal. Look at this guy. This is the elusive green anaconda. The creature people here in South America believe is the guardian of their valuable rainforests. In this place where things are discovered, new plants, new animals, every 3 days, could there be something even bigger lurking in this jungle? I wouldn't doubt it for a minute.
From deep in the Amazon come rumors of a vicious predator.
She was completely petrified.
It's said to strike with terrifying ferocity.
There's more than one of them.
I'm on a hunt to find the creature responsible without becoming bait.
I'm slipping.
Bloodthirsty beasts, fantastic creatures, and legendary tales of terror. I'm Richard Terry. My quest is to solve the mystery behind the myth. On Man v Monster.
For generations, warnings have been passed down about a terrifying creature that's lurking in the forests. Some describe it as being a Bigfoot-type character, and others describe it more as being like a bear.
People say it savaged livestock and attacked villagers. And now it's invading their homes.
And one thing is consistent about these reports, and that is it's extremely elusive.
I'm in Brazil to find out the truth behind the mysterious beast that's known locally as the Mapinguari.
The village I'm heading to is right on the edge of the deepest forest, miles and miles away from any major human settlement.
That's where I've heard there's been a spate of recent attacks.
This track goes northwest, and where I need to get to is northeast. So the village is that way, right through the jungle. So that's the end of this beastie for here. And we can do the rest on foot.
Navigating through the jungle isn't easy. But I know there's a river running through this forest. If I can find it and follow it downstream, it should lead me straight to the village.
I'm packing light because it's just too hard going if I overpack myself. Okay.
This forest is packed with deadly creatures like jaguars, caiman, and venomous snakes. One wrong step out here could spell disaster.
The river's just there, but it's not sounding like a river. It's actually thundering. There's been really heavy rains this season, so I think that river's going to be really up and raging.
I didn't expect this.
That's a 3-story drop right there.
I know the village is downriver that way. Now, if I start going back into the jungle, it's just going to take too much time. I don't want to be stuck out here at night. I can use a rope to get down the side of this waterfall. And this carabiner and this little figure of 8.
Finding the right tree is key.
These are really established routes. This is good and strong. What I've got to watch, especially with a heavy backpack on and equipment, is that the weight of that water doesn't get a hold. It's like a ton of bricks just landing on me, dragging me down with it. And if I get dragged under that water, nobody will ever get me out. Safety line on the camera, and that's it. The guys will follow me down after I reach the bottom safely. We can really feel the force of the water. It's
boat won't hold under the weight of this water for very long, so I need to get down fast.
I made it! That was seriously intense!
I got lucky, but now I need to get moving.
It's time to get back on track and be focused. Why I'm really here, and that is to get to the bottom of these Mapinguari mysteries. And the only way to do that is to get to that village and ask some questions.
In this heat, walking through this forest, it just goes on forever. Okay. Look at this here. Right there. Black scorpion right there. See that? Look at that. Right where I put my bag. Unbelievable. If that stings you, the pain would last a good day and a lot of dizziness. Really nasty little critters. Gotta get out of here. Ah, this looks like an established path. Look, yeah, somebody's tied a boat off here. And there's footprints in this path. This must be the way to the village. I can see clothes hanging on a line through the bushes here. I've travelled a really long distance to get here because I've heard that people in this village, some people have had encounters with a creature that is known as the Mapinguari. Have any of you, or do you know anyone in this village that's actually had an encounter with this creature?
Já vimos. Meu pai.
It seems they all know the beast. And one man named Eddie Nilsson says he came across one only a few months ago.
Foto dele. Quer que eu comece a falar sobre o negócio que eu vi?
Eddie Nilsson here was out on the river and he was hunting. He was hunting peccary, which is like a wild boar here in Brazil. He was right deep in the woods. And whilst he was in hot pursuit of the peccary, that is when he heard this chilling call.
Aquele tira estremecia.
It was so close and like something he'd never heard before. The dogs went crazy. And what did you do then? Did you stay there and try and find out what was making this noise, or did you get out of there quick?
Aí quando eu escutei outro grito, aí eu entrei na canoa.
He was about to lift up his rifle and shoot at what was making the noise, but he ran out of those woods as fast as he could. Well, I'm looking right into his eyes now, and he is deadly serious. It really did shake him to the core. There is something that is living right around this very village in the forests here, and they think it's the Mapinguari. For these guys who use the woods and hunt in the woods to be afraid when they're used to standing their ground amongst things like jaguars and poisonous snakes and spiders, for them to be afraid in this situation, it is going to be something pretty chilling out there. Have you been back to that same place since you heard this noise?
No.
You don't go back there. Is that because you're afraid that the Mapinguari could be there? But going back to the spot where these guys heard the creature is exactly what I'm going to do. They have agreed to take me with them hunting tonight, right out into the forest to where they believe the Mapinguari is. Now, hopefully, by being there, I can find some hard evidence and pick up some clues of some sort. The hunting trip into the forest begins at dusk.
So we're going off into the forest now. This is Paolo and Hane, and it's just about to be dark. They have a rifle each, and I have my cameras. They want to find their dinner, and I want to find whatever it was that made them so frightened. Literally takes minutes. Darkness falling on the equator here, let's turn to night vision. There. Imagine what it's like if they're out here just waiting to hear a rustle of a tapir or a wild pig or something they want to shoot and eat. And then they hear something otherworldly that they have never encountered in their entire lives. I'm always having to remind myself not to put my hands on trees as we're walking past, because any one of them could contain a deadly animal, a snake or a Brazilian wandering spider. What was that? Guys, I've seen something big. It's really crashing through the woods. Let's go see. Let's go see.
I'm in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, searching for a mysterious creature that locals call the Mapinguari.
Oh, look at that. Black and brown, furry, and huge teeth. Oh, they've called themselves a wild pig. Let's have a look at those teeth. Oh, tongue's still hot. Oh, I'm glad they got to it before it got to me. Now this was making a lot of noise through the woods. It's furry and it has very sharp teeth, but there's not a chance anyone could confuse that for a Bigfoot type creature. That's just a wild pig. Well done for getting that, guys. Good shot.
The hunters have what they came for, but I still haven't uncovered any clues. I hope someone else at the village can give me a better description of what I'm looking for. Back in the village, I get a new lead.
This morning I've heard that there is a young girl who has had an encounter with the Mapinguari. This is good news because I really need some evidence to help me find out what this thing really is. You had seen the Mapinguari.
Sim, minha mãe estava para Rorinópolis, né? Aí meu tio tinha acabado de vir de lá.
Christina tells me that her father had gone away and she was left behind. She was looking for fruit. A little bit through the trees behind us here. And she heard a noise in the bushes. And she was thinking, this doesn't sound right, this is something large, and she's on her own. She then caught sight of this thing that she said was large. It had long black hair that ran all the way down to its feet. So she ran as fast as she could back to the house to get away from this thing. She was completely petrified. This encounter all happened within about 50 feet from her house. I completely understand that when you see something as unusual as that's hairy and moving through your forest, you're going to be trying to run away from it. But can you remember seeing what its face looked like? Or was it running on four legs, or was it standing? How big was this creature?
Uns 2 metros, grande, ele é muito grande.
What she remembers is that this was a tall creature. She said that it was about 7 feet almost. She wasn't able to get a really good close look at the creature's face because she was running away in fear. Long hair.
Longo.
Christina tells me the creature stood upright like a man.
E só parecia o pé dele.
Now this confirmed to her that what she had seen was in fact the Mapinguari right here in her backyard.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. With this new information, I know exactly what I need to do next. I've learnt two things from Christina's description. Firstly, that this creature, whatever it is, moves and lives deep within the forest, but it's also brave enough to come out into open clearings, right into settlements, human settlements on the edge of the forest. But most importantly for me is she gave me a physical description. She described something that's about 7 feet tall, dark fur. This distance, you'd never get a close look at the face, but she could really make out its form. And then she ran for cover with the house in sight. Christina's story suggests that what I'm looking for is a large animal that walks on two legs. And that's also bold enough to come close to human settlements. To me, that suggests one thing: a large primate. So I'm heading back into the forest to an area that's known to be inhabited by large primates. I'm going to try and use my camera equipment with the thermal imaging capabilities to help me see in the daylight, because with my naked eyes, trying to tell the difference between all these different shades of green is just so difficult. I'm constantly scanning the ground for footprints or other signs of a large animal. Well, this is interesting. These look like claw marks. I've spent months and months with black and grizzly bears, and you'll find one tree that they've picked out as their scratch tree, and they sharpen their claws on them. Now, if I found a tree like that in here with claw marks high up, and if I found hair inside those claw marks, that would be good, hard evidence that could be tested. But not in this case. I can see very clear machete marks. These are made by man. That sounded like something quite big moving through the jungle. It came from over there. I'm going to try and have a look, but I don't want to make a noise. Keep your eyes peeled. Whatever it is, it's just out of sight. But this is where my thermal imaging camera can help. This would give me an advantage over a creature that's well camouflaged. Any mammal amongst these trees and plants would show up very, very clearly. Sound's gone from here. I'm going to keep searching, see if I can find out where that noise came from. Listen to that. There is something out there. Come on, try and get closer. Try and keep it quiet. I'm deep in the Amazon rainforest, staking out a creature that's been terrifying villagers. Really close now. The sky looks black, but I can see the outline of the trees so clearly. It really does help me see right through this jungle. There. Right here. There's something moving and something alive in the tops of the trees there. Just a little heat signature, and another one. There's more than one of them. Right there on top of those trees, walking down that branch now.
See if you can get it on your long lens. There's a few of them. That's a howler monkey.
Howler monkeys are the largest primates in South America. They're known to defend their territory with calls that can travel for miles. But they are known to venture into human habitation.
Oh, they're moving up into the higher branches now. The howler monkey does fit some of the attributes that people have explained, either heard or saw from a distance. Now, the sound they're making, that hooks up with what the hunters were describing, this woo sound that could be construed as being the Mapinguari. It does send shivers right through you, though, when you hear a noise like that up close and en masse.
But there's a problem.
And Christina had described a tall, hairy beast, but they're only waist height. They're not 6-7 feet tall. The local hunters would never confuse a howler monkey for a mysterious creature such as the Mapinguari. I don't think it's the Mapinguari, not for a minute. I want to get back to the village. I don't want to be stuck here in the dark. Let's get out of here.
The howler monkey clearly isn't what's behind the mysterious sightings. It's another dead end. So I'm heading back to the village in the hope that I can find someone who has seen the creature up close and can help me track it down. The next morning, my team gets the lead I've been hoping for.
The locals here have been telling me about a man north of here who has been attacked by the Mapinguari. If there's any credence to this story, I could find just the sort of clues I need.
And if the creature is becoming more aggressive, then it's even more important that I find out what it is before it attacks again.
It's quite far from here, so I've got with me a day's supply of food and water.
Rally.
Up that way.
Rally.
Look at the size of this tree. That just shows you how gigantic things can grow in the Amazon. Unbelievable. Look. It looks venomous, like a fer-de-lance.
The fer-de-lance is the most venomous snake in South America. It's responsible for half of the snake bites in this area, and its venom can kill in a matter of hours.
No, it's a constrictor. It's okay, it's not venomous.
This is an Amazon tree boa.
And you have to watch because they have a real strong strike because they use the distance of their strike to collect birds. But look at the colorings, the markings on this snake. If the Mapinguari is as well camouflaged as this constrictor, is it any surprise that I'm finding it so elusive?
There's a 30-meter drop down to this river.
That's got to be at least 100 foot down. I've got about an hour of daylight. I don't want to get stuck out here.
But it'll take more than an hour to circumnavigate this gorge. I have no choice but to cross it.
I've got to get to the next village before it's dark, and my best way across looks like it's that fallen tree across there. That's where I'm going. I'm going to use my handy cam to film myself when I'm crossing this log because it wouldn't be safe for the crew to risk going over this with that sort of height.
Ah! Bollocks! As soon as I step onto it, I realize just how slippery and treacherous the log is.
The sun has already dropped behind the tree, so I better get a move on. My hands are just slipping all this loose bark. Slippery as hell on here. Oh, I'm slipping. Oh, I'm slipping. Oh.
That was close.
I must remember not to turn my head too quickly or the shift in weight will throw me over the edge. One last push.
I'm in Brazil, on the trail of a Bigfoot-like creature called the Mapinguari.
I was not comfortable with that at all. The surface of the log was slippery and the bark was breaking off under my fingers. Anyway, I'm over. So now for the village. Put that behind me. Feels good to be back on firm land.
Thank God. I can see a clearing up ahead. It's right up there. Oh, it's good to be out of the woods. I've heard quite vivid descriptions of the sound that the Mapinguari makes, and also a reasonably clear description of how it looks. But so far, no one I've met has been able to describe how it attacks. Now I'm on my way to meet a man whose grandfather was actually savaged by the beast and lived to tell the tale. I'm hoping he can give me the clue I need to identify it. Can you tell me where your grandfather was and what he was doing when he saw the Mapinguari?
Os meus avós, no tempo passado, eles eram muito corajosos.
Adriana tells me that his grandfather, José, was at home cooking his dinner when he heard a terrifying noise. It sounded like a large animal was attacking his house. Then he saw the roof of his house being lifted off by its frame by a huge Mapinguari.
Foram comprar.
He says the Mapinguari slashed at him with its claws.
He managed to wrestle away the Mapinguari enough to get some distance and take a shot at him. The Mapinguari fled, leaving him alive to tell the tale. Did José give you any other kind of physical description? This Mapinguari was a tower of strength. It had strong muscles. When it stood up, it was a formidable, stinking force with razor-sharp claws. There is no doubt in Adriana's mind that the Mapinguari is real. And a lot of farmers in this region also believe in it and fear it, and they stay close to their farms. They do not like to venture deep into the forest. There really has to be, in my mind, an element of truth connected to the stories. Adriana gave me my clearest description yet of what this creature looked like, and not only that, but what it smelt like. Putrid stench coming from this gigantic, monstrous creature standing up on two legs, covered in long hair with gigantic claws. And it's not just him, it's other people I've spoken to have had first-hand encounters of a creature that bears the same physical descriptions. But unlike the other encounters I've heard about, which happened during the day, José was attacked at night. Could the creature be a nocturnal hunter?
I'm going to search around the region where he was attacked. And he was attacked at night, so I'm going to do it at night.
This time I'll take a different approach.
I'm heading out using a horse. A horse will help me cover a lot of ground. And not only that, that animals are less afraid of horses. They'll fear a man much more than they will a horse. Flavia, hi.
You're ready?
Yeah, you ready for this?
Yeah, let's go, huh?
Good. My guide is veterinarian Dr. Flavia Miranda.
We're heading out just at sunset. And what a difference it makes. Being here on open plains, at last I can see all around me rather than just staring into dense bush. Well, there are plenty of cattle and horses on this farm. But as soon as we get away from the fence and the boundaries here, then we're into wild country. And that's when we start to keep our eyes peeled. Might as well put this to night vision now. There.
Once the sun goes down, we'll be completely vulnerable on this open plain.
We're all in walkie-talkie contact, so whoever finds something first can radio the other guys.
Rosalina, vamos passar pro cemitério. Fisher,
Yeah.
Let's go there.
Flavia's seen something up ahead. I've got to go and check it out. Yeah. There's something in the bushes over there.
Fisher,
Yeah.
let's go there.
Flavia's seen something up ahead. I've got to go and check it out. Yeah. We've got something right here. Get down from this. I'm following something on foot now. It's moving along the grass, but I can't quite see what it is. It's just out of range of my infrared light, but I'm gaining on it. Just see if I can see it now if I tighten it on the lens. What is that? It's right in the middle of all these really, really sharp thorns. I can't get in any further.
Flavia is a professional biologist. It's her job to check the health of local wild animals.
She's just preparing a tranquilizer. And the way she'll administer this is by a blow dart. But it's just losing its balance now. And it's fallen. Oh, look at that. Look at the size of that.
With the animal safely tranquilized, I have a chance to examine the beast.
It's completely covered in black hair. Look at that. If I turn its front paw around, I can see it has two sharp claws. You'd have to be careful of those, though, wouldn't you? They would hurt if they caught you.
Yeah.
Could this be the creature I've been searching for?
Black and grey. That is a giant anteater.
Anteaters are part of a group of mammals called Pelosas that have long limbs and coarse hair.
Tell me, could this anteater stand up on its two hind legs?
Yeah, this is the big anteaters. I think it's 2 meters.
So if this were to stand up,
Yeah,
you're saying it could be almost 7 foot tall.
yeah, maybe.
This giant anteater does have some of the characteristics of the Mapinguari, long black hair and the two claws. Imagining this standing up at 7 foot tall almost, that would be quite a formidable sight. Now, would one of these attack a person?
Never.
Never?
Never attack the person. It's go away, yeah? It's gone away.
It would run away?
Yeah.
So this isn't an animal that's going to attack. This is going to turn its back and flee.
It's clear the anteater isn't the creature behind the attacks.
It's waking up from its anesthetic. There it goes, a little unsteady on its legs. But he's off. He's off safely.
But seeing the giant anteater up close reminds me of another animal in the same family that might have all the characteristics of the Mapinguari. A towering creature possessing razor-sharp claws that most people think has been extinct for thousands of years. The giant ground sloth.
I know the scientific world believes the giant ground sloth to be extinct.
Yes, extinct.
But there are people out there in the jungle that do believe they've seen something that matches the description of what is the giant ground sloth.
So could some kind of prehistoric sloth be behind the attacks?
I'm going to head into the jungle and have a look.
This time I'm staying the night. And if I'm going to have any chance of seeing something in the dense forest, I need to get a different perspective.
I've searched in these jungles and on open plains. But where I haven't looked is right up there in the canopy. It's in the canopy where there are over half the world's species. I'm trying to find what's known as an emergent tree. It's a large, deciduous tree that's reached staggering heights after having fought its way for years through all this dense woodland and can grow to heights of between 100 and 200 feet. Now, if I can get up to that sort of height, I'll get a fantastic view of the ground through the canopy, especially with my jungle-penetrating thermal imaging camera.
Sloths are herbivores, and this forest is rich with different species of grasses and fruits.
Imagine I'm this prehistoric beast coming through here, coming through all these palm throngs, looking up at a nice big tree, looking for fruit. Ah, yes. That is exactly what I'll be looking for. Look at the size of that tree. Oh, that's got to be 150 foot high. That's the one. That's the one we're going to climb. If ever I'm going to get a chance to see what this Mapinguari is, there is not going to be a better chance than this. Being up high in the canopy and being able to see all the ground below, that vantage point is going to give me the absolute best view I could possibly have. This is the last couple of pulls. I'm up by this branch at last. Now I'm here. I can gather myself, have some water, get myself a secure footing, and sort my camera gear out before it gets dark. There. Oh, I just need to take this safety strap. Open up this.
something right down beneath the canopy. Just zoom in. Oh, zoom in, zoom in. There in the leaves. What is that? It looks really big. It's moving. What is that? What is that?
I'm on a stakeout high up in the forest canopy, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Brazilian Bigfoot. Last night I definitely saw something down on the ground.
There in the leaves. The sky is just brightening up now.
I want to get down as soon as I can to see if it's still nearby.
Yeah? Hey, I'm down here. I think I see something. Where are you? I can't see you down there.
Okay, that could be it. One of my team's seen something moving below the canopy. I've got to get down there as quickly as possible. While I was up in the canopy, one of my team has found something down here on the ground. I'm going to check it out.
Where are you?
Right there.
Look at that. Can we get a closer look at it? Whoa, feisty.
It might look cute, but this two-toed sloth is not to be messed with.
I knew you were going to do that. It was trying a little mock charge. I could sense that it was going to do that. It came up and gave me a swipe and showed me its teeth just like that. A lot of the characteristics of this creature here, the sloth, fit and match the descriptions of the Mapinguari. Just look at the claws. Look how they curl around like little rapiers. And the amount of long, shaggy fur that it has right down its body and swept back from its head. And it can lift itself up like a person or a primate. And this really smells. There's no getting away from that smell.
The female sloth has a cry that's extremely distinctive. And sloths are known to wander into human settlements. There's no question this is the closest I've come to finding a creature that matches the accounts I've heard.
But the thing is, this is way too small to be anything near as tall or big as the 6 to 10 foot descriptions that I've heard.
But the ancestors of this sloth grew to an enormous size.
The giant ground sloth was the size of an elephant. An elephant-sized sloth, 2.5 tons with giant great claws like that. God. Now that would put the fear of God in you if that was walking through the forest towards you.
No one has ever found any evidence of a living giant ground sloth, only fossilized remains. But 10,000 years ago, this forest was their home.
Now it's been proven that indigenous people had lived here 30,000 years ago, which would mean that the giant ground sloth and people would have shared the same space.
So could the stories I've heard be cases of mistaken identity? Influenced by legends passed down from older generations? Or is there really an unclassified giant beast still roaming around these forests?
Now, there are species that are thought to be extinct. They're called Lazarus species that are later discovered to really exist. Could this be one of those species in a place like this?
It's highly unlikely that a breeding population of such a large animal could go undetected. But if there's anywhere on the planet such a creature could still be hiding, surely the Amazon is it.
Now, if there is such a thing as a Mapinguari, if it really exists, if it is out here somewhere, it's not going to be long before there are more stories and more attacks.